Minister Parmeshwar. He will be speaking in the assembly today, hopefully post lunch. And we have noticed some quick developments, some series of meetings in Vidhan Sabha today. The SIT Chief Pranab Mohanty himself came to meet Home Minister Dr. Chief Parmeshwar. And in the assembly also, ongoing assembly also, the opposition BJP is demanding for the government to answer what is the result of SIT's excavation. Now we are also getting the information that the SIT officers who are continuously since 2 days, inquiring the masked man who had given the complaint that he forcefully buried a number of bodies in Dharmasthala, now has confessed. We are also waiting for the official sources to confirm this, but as per the information from the sources, we are learning that he has confessed in front of SIT that he was forced by a group of 3 men to come and, say the complaint or talk against the Dharmasthala temple and the authorities, though he had buried all those bodies legally with the police department, local police department, and also with the local Gram Panchayat notice. He was forced to say that it was, illegal burial. He will confirm the statement anytime sooner in front of the SIT officers. We are also waiting for the official sources to confirm that. But if this happens, this will be a major breakthrough to the entire SIT and entire Dharmasthala case, where people were doubting about the pilgrimage center, Dharmasthala, and the chief over there, Virendra Hegde. Now we are waiting for the official sources to confirm that whether the masked man, the complainant, has accepted that he was forced to lie entire story, to create an entire story and come up with a skull in front of the judge and lie the entire story. We are just waiting for the sources to confirm this.
Absolutely. And does that mean that he filed the complaint under the pressure of this particular group that he's told the SIT about? Thanks so much, Smita, for all the details. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this. And now shifting our focus, we're getting the inside visuals of Kiran Rijiju, who's the Parliamentary Affairs Minister, receiving CP Radhakrishnan, the VP candidate of the NDA bloc. The choice of Mr. Radhakrishnan signals continued reliance on the OBC social engineering and the Bharatiya Janata Party's expansion plan in the southern country. In fact, an area where, barring Karnataka, the party has been, in fact, unable to find a foothold. Mr. Radhakrishnan also comes with a stronger ideological background with the BJP's ideological mentor, RSS, in fact, then Mr. Dhankar is what we're learning. So, very strong political message that the Bharatiya Janata Party is sending as far as this vice presidential pick is concerned. And we are getting these visuals for you as far as this meeting between Kiran Rijiju and the NDA candidate CP Radhakrishnan is concerned. And now shifting our focus, an army jawan was pinned to the pole and beaten during the altercation at the toll booth in Uttar Pradesh. What you're learning, 4 toll booth staff have been arrested after a video of them assaulting the soldier circulated on social media. Now there is a huge drama that is unfolding at the toll plaza right now. Komal, our colleague from Republic Bharat, is reporting live from that spot. In fact, let me go across to my colleague Komal, who's been reporting live from that particular spot. Komal, हमें बताइए अभी फिलहाल क्या हुआ है? हमें पता चल रहा है इस पे काफी लोगों को अरेस्ट कर लिया गया है. पुलिस का क्या कहना है इस पे?
बिल्कुल, देखिए इस पूरे मामले को लेकर के बात करें तो देखिए 4 लोगों की जो गिरफ्तारी है वो हो चुकी है और साथ ही साथ जो है कई अन्य लोग जो है वो फरार है। यहाँ पे जब मैनेजर पहुंचे थे उनसे भी हमने बात करने की कोशिश की थी, लेकिन यहाँ पे अगर हम चूंकि देखिए सुबह से ही लगातार तस्वीरें दिखा रहे हैं कि किस तरह से ग्रामीणों का जो है एक आक्रोश वो नजर आ रहा है। यहाँ पे अभी देखिए उस आर्मी जवान के पिता, उनसे भी हमने बहुत देर तक बातचीत की थी, उनके भाई से भी बातचीत की थी। उन्होंने पूरी आपबीती बताई कि जब वो यहाँ पहुँचते हैं उनका ये कहना होता है कि ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की सफलता के बाद वो यहाँ पे छुट्टी मनाने आए होते हैं, लेकिन ऐसे में अब उनकी फ्लाइट होती है, वो जा रहे होते हैं और दिल्ली से फ्लाइट होती है। उनका ये रिक्वेस्ट वो करते हैं कि उन्हें जाने दिया जाए, लेकिन बदतमीजी करते हैं। जब वो अपने आर्मी की आई कार्ड दिखाते हैं तो वो आई कार्ड को जो है वो फेंक दिया जाता है टोल कर्मियों द्वारा, जिसके बाद जो है उनकी पिटाई मोटे मोटे रॉड से की जाती है, बांध के की जाती है। अगर हम ये टोल प्लाजा की भी तस्वीरें आपको दिखाएं तो पूरी तरह से यहाँ पे तोड़फोड़ किया गया है। लगातार हम आपको ये तस्वीरें ही दिखा रहे हैं कि किस तरह से जो शीशे हैं वो पूरी तरह से बिखरे हुए हैं। पूरी तरह से ये टोल प्लाजा में भारी संख्या में लोग भी मौजूद हैं। कई सारे गेट्स को जो है वो तोड़ दिया गया है। लेकिन संजीव, थोड़ा इधर से भी तस्वीरें आप दिखाना कि ये देखिए, ये जो मेन टोल प्लाजा का ये जो जहाँ पे लोग बैठा करते थे, सिस्टम पूरी तरह से कंप्यूटर इनका ऑन है, लेकिन यहाँ पे कोई है नहीं। यहाँ पे नीचे पूरी तरह से शीशे बिखरे हुए हैं। ये जो पूरा यहाँ पे, क्योंकि देखिए अमूमन जब हम टोल के लिए अगर हम बढ़ते हैं किसी भी टोल प्लाजा में, हमारी गाड़ी यहाँ पे खड़ी होती है और आगे जाते हैं, लेकिन यहाँ पे सभी लोग फरार हैं क्योंकि ग्रामीणों का एक गुस्सा काफ़ी ज़्यादा है। उनका ये कहना है कि ये जवान ऑपरेशन सिंदूर में शामिल थे, छुट्टी बिताने आए थे सफलता के बाद, लेकिन अब वो जा रहे थे और उसके बाद उनके साथ ये बर्बरता होती है। एक दूसरी और तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखाएं तो देखें, यहाँ पे जो भारी संख्या में जो ग्रामीण हैं वो बैठ गए हैं। उनका यही कहना है कि जब तक लाइसेंस रद्द नहीं हो जाता है वो यहाँ से उठेंगे नहीं। यानी आक्रोश, गुस्सा वो देखने को मिल रहा है। इधर भी अगर हम तस्वीरें दिखाएं तो सारे शीशे जो हैं वो नीचे बिखरे पड़े हैं। जितनी भी यहाँ पे खिड़कियाँ थी, अगर हम मैनेजर के रूम की बात करें तो उसके बाहर भी जो है ग्रामीणों ने वो गुस्सा दिखाया है। और ये उनके पिताजी क्योंकि आगे भी जा रहे हैं, लोगों का जो है काफ़ी ज़्यादा सपोर्ट जो है वो मिल रहा है और अभी आगे बैठे थे और वो आगे जा रहे हैं क्योंकि यहाँ पे देखिए अलग अलग यूनियन के लोग जो है वो भी पहुँच गए हैं। ये किसान यूनियन के लोग हैं जो यहाँ पे पहुँचे हुए हैं, अपना सपोर्ट के लिए यहाँ पे पहुँचे हैं। परिवार की बात करें तो बेहद ही साधारण और ग्रामीण परिवेश का ये पूरा परिवार है। पिता यही कह रहे थे कि उन्होंने काफ़ी ज़्यादा जो है हाथ पैर भी जोड़े कि उन्हें जाने दिया जाए क्योंकि उनकी फ़्लाइट मिस हो जाएगी, लेकिन उन्हें जाने नहीं दिया गया। और ऐसे में काफ़ी ज़्यादा गुस्सा यहाँ पे लोगों में देखने को मिल रहा है और लोग यही कह रहे हैं कि जब तक उन्हें न्याय नहीं मिलेगा वो यहाँ से उठेंगे नहीं। यानी आप लोग जब तक न्याय नहीं मिलेगा आप लोग उठेंगे नहीं यहाँ से।
जब लोग न्याय नहीं मिलेगा, जब लोग लूटने गए, जब लोग यहाँ का जो लाइसेंस निरस्त होगा और यहाँ की जो सिक्योरिटी टीम है बिल्कुल खत्म होगी, लोकल का कोई बंदा जो जॉब करेगा नहीं, जब लोग से नहीं उठने गए। एनएसए पे जो अपराधी हैं जिन्होंने मारपीट करी उन पर एनएसए लगनी चाहिए,
कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए। इतने उनके खिलाफ एनएसए की कार्रवाई नहीं होगी। इतना
योगी जी का बुलडोजर चल रहा है, योगी जी का बुलडोजर चल रहा है। एक फौजी के साथ इतनी बर्बरता होगी, ऐसी बर्बरता में तो योगी जी का बुलडोजर अब तक उन गुंडों के घरों पे घूम जाना चाहिए था। और जब तक कार्रवाई नहीं होने की, जब तक उनका इलाज नहीं होने का, जब तक जनता उठे नहीं हम।
एक देश का जवान पिटा, जब एक देश के जवान के साथ ऐसा हाल है तो आम जनता के साथ क्या होगा? क्या होगा आम जनता के साथ?
बाजी देखो, मेरा तो मन दुखी है, मेरे को तो बोलना जा नहीं रहा। हाँ, मेरा दुखी मन हो रहा है आज। क्या
देखिए यहाँ पे उनके पिता भी है, मौजूद है। लोगों में एक गुस्सा वो देखने को मिल रहा है, लोगों का भारी हुजूम देखने को मिल रहा है। जितने भी क्षेत्र के लोग हैं उनका यहाँ पे एक समर्थन है। और यहाँ पे अगर हम अपने टोल प्लाजा की बात करें तो देखिए किस तरह से यहाँ पे जो है तोड़फोड़ की गई है। यहाँ पे हमने आपको दिखाया कि शीशे ही शीशे जो है वो बिखरे पड़े थे। लेकिन अगर हम आगे टोल की तरफ थोड़ा सा चले तो यही वो टोल का वो जो खंबा है जहाँ पे उस आर्मी जवान को पीट करके बेरहमी से, बर्बरतापूर्ण उनसे जो है मारपीट की गई थी। इसी रॉड, यहाँ पे रॉड बाकायदा, जैसा कि उनके पिता भी बता रहे थे कि रॉड उनके सभी के पास था। उनके भाई भी बता रहे थे मोटा एकदम रॉड था। उन रॉड से उनकी पिटाई की गई थी। इन्हीं खंभों में बांध करके आर्मी जवान की पिटाई की। लोगों ने यही कहा कि ये जो लोग हैं, टोल प्लाजा के जो वर्कर्स हैं, वो काफ़ी जो है हमेशा गुंडागर्दी करते हैं। ये पहली कोई घटना नहीं है, लेकिन सेना के जवान के साथ पहली बार यहाँ पे इस तरह से बर्बरता हुई। यहाँ तक कि जब उन्होंने बताया कि ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की सफलता के बाद जो है वो छुट्टी बिताने आए थे और उसके बाद वो अपने गांव जा रहे थे, लेकिन उन्होंने ये भी नहीं समझा। ये सुनने के बाद भी उनका दिल नहीं पिघला। और देखिए किस तरह से यहाँ पे एक गुंडई हुई। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के दौरान हम सभी ने कई स्टेटस लगाए सेना को लेकर के, उनकी वीर गाथाएं सुनी।
जवान किसान का अपमान नहीं सहा जाएगा। जब तक धरने पे बैठे, अनिश्चितकालीन धरने पे बैठ गए हम तो।
ऑपरेशन सिंदूर में भी इन्होंने अपनी भूमिका निभाई।
ऑपरेशन सिंदूर में इनकी भूमिका थी। अनिश्चितकालीन धरना बैठ गए भारतीय किसान यूनियन किसान।
देखिए ये जो जवान है वो उनके पिताजी भी बता रहे थे कि ऑपरेशन सिंदूर में उनकी भूमिका थी। यहाँ पे उन्होंने जब बताया यहाँ पे टोल कर्मियों को कि दिल्ली जाना है, सफलता के बाद वो यहाँ पे पहुंचे थे, अब उनको वापस से दिल्ली जाना है, उनकी फ्लाइट है, ये सुन के भी उनका दिल नहीं पिघला, बल्कि बर्बरतापूर्ण जो है पिटाई कर देते।
बहुत
मतलब राक्षसों वाली हरकतें की हैं उन्होंने। एक जवान का अपमान, हिंदुस्तान में जवान को भगवान का दर्जा दिया जाता है।
कुछ दिन पहले जब इतना बड़ा एक पहलगाम में हमला हुआ, फिर हमने मुंहतोड़ जवाब दिया ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के जरिए, उसके बाद उनके साथ ऐसा?
उनके साथ जवान को ये असलियत में इन्होंने गुंडे बैठा रखे हैं जो टोलों पे है। इसी टोल की नहीं, हर टोल की है। ना वे जवान की मानते, ना वे किसान को मानते, उन्हें गुंडे इकट्ठे कर रखे इन्होंने। मतलब लूट खोसोरी का एक काम है इनका। टोल पे गवर्नमेंट ने एक नियम लाई है वो 3000 साल वाला, लेकिन अभी वो लागू हुआ नहीं। 15 अगस्त से
प्लाजा में इनका यही कहना है कि ये वर्कर नहीं काम करते बल्कि गुंडे काम करते हैं। और यहाँ पे देखिए किस तरह से जो है उन्होंने बर्बरता की है। और यहाँ पे अगर हम बात करें तो काफ़ी लोगों में आक्रोश है, अलग अलग संगठन के लोग भी यहाँ पे पहुँच गए हैं और अपना विरोध करवा रहे हैं। साथ ही साथ अगर हम बात आपको करें अंदर की भी तस्वीरें दिखाएं तो लोगों का एक विरोध वो ज़्यादा देखने को मिला। यहाँ पे जो है परिवार के लोग यहाँ पे मौजूद है, उनका यही कहना है कि जब तक न्याय नहीं, मतलब अच्छा एक बात और भी जानना चाहेंगे, सेना के जवान तो थे, ये भी कह रहे हैं कि ऑपरेशन सिंदूर में भी भूमिका थी।
हाँ, उसकी ड्यूटी वही है ना, कश्मीर के अंदर, उसमें ही ऑपरेशन सिंदूर में ही उसकी ड्यूटी थी। वो इस पर रक्षाबंधन में छुट्टी पर आया था और वो कल उसकी छुट्टी वो ख़त्म हो गई थी। कल वो जा रहा था, उसके पापा और उसके भाई उसे छोड़ने के लिए जा रहे थे। जैसे यहाँ टोल प्लाजा पे आए तो उसके आगे एक गाड़ी खड़ी थी, उसे बोला उसने भैया मुझे ये मेरा वो है आई कार्ड।
लोगों का भी यही कहना है कि श्रीनगर में उनकी पोस्टिंग है, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर में उनकी अहम भूमिका रही थी। हालांकि पल पल की अपडेट हम यहाँ से आपको दिखा रहे हैं कि आखिर बोरी टोल प्लाजा में किस तरह से लोग इकट्ठा हुए हैं। सेना का अपमान जो है, लोगों ने कहा है कि सेना का अपमान बर्दाश्त नहीं करेंगे। बैक टू द स्टूडियो।
Absolutely, 4 people have been arrested as far as this entire case is concerned. Keep tracking those details, Komal, very closely. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this. And with this, we're taking a very short break. Coming up on the other side, we'll tell you about the huge inheritance battle that has exploded after Sanjay Kapoor's death. Sister Mandira has said that she and her mother have been sidelined. And also on the other side, in just a few hours, Chinese Foreign Minister will be arriving in the country. High-level meeting with the External Affairs Minister will take place later today. This and much more on the other side. Stay with us.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
On 12th of June, when the news broke of Sanjay Kapoor's passing away, the initial few reports suggested that it was due to
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। I choose a world where we care and we dare to love. I choose a world where we dream and the limit is the sky. And this world is my home where I'm living my best life.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics.
Living my best life.
Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
How did a bee sting turn into a heart attack? What was the hurry? What was the rush for this? Fine, we didn't. Does my mother not deserve answers? Does my sister not? It's crazy that we have been cut off from our own family. She was made to sign papers which she was unaware of during the grieving.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDA चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDA चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा।
Hi guys, just wanted to tell you that Republic Media Sports, our 4 sports, is not just about sport. It's about heart, discipline and untold dreams. Stories that need national stage. And I fully support this initiative and invite you all to be a part of this. So stay tuned for our 4 sports and let's cheer together.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
On 12th of June, when the news broke of Sanjay Kapoor's passing away, the initial few reports suggested that it was due to the bee sting. Now, when the UK coroner's report was made public in the public domain, it suggests more vaguely towards a chronic disease, chronic heart disease. So, how do you find this gap between the initial few claims and now what the report has to suggest?
So, to start with, we told a bee sting, which we've always wondered how a bee went into his throat while he was riding, and Mum kept asking when he's wearing a helmet, how has the bee gone in? So, that was the first bit of confusion we had. We unfortunately got the report from the media. We weren't given the report directly in our hand. It's come as a shock that he died of a heart attack, because from what I've heard, he did have his heart checked out, and he had 40% of an artery blocked, which is not a big deal. And the thing is, the family that we come from, my father made sure we had a blood test every 6 months, even when we were in school. So as adults, we've carried that on not only with us, but with our families. We are very health conscious. We have constant checkups. I refuse to believe my brother had not had a proper checkup, and I don't believe he had any heart disease. So for me to suddenly hear my brother's died of a heart attack, who's healthy, who exercises every day, the guy never ate ketchup. McDonald's was out of the question. No ketchup, no sodas, no nothing. Worked out every day, did yoga. You know, it's insane for me to say yes and be like, yeah, I'm okay with it. I'm not, because from a bee sting, it's gone to a heart attack, and someone needs to explain this to the family. Someone needs to give us an explanation on how. And how has this come about? How did a bee sting turn into a heart attack? And how, when you have such a healthy guy, it just doesn't make sense to us.
If I may ask, what was the information given to you or to Mrs. Kapoor with regards to Sanjay Kapoor's passing away, and what time was it, and who was the person who had informed?
My sister called me. We were in the UK. Mum had gone to my brother's house, had dinner with him, said bye in the morning when we went for polo. The Air India crash had happened that day, and I called Mum around 4 in the evening, and she said, I'm just sitting home alone. I don't know what to do. I can't switch on the TV. I'm just sitting here. No one's called me. No one's come home. Her grandson hadn't come home. So I said to her, what do you want to do? And she said, can I come back to you? So I sent an Uber. Well, I booked an Uber to get her back to me. She was on her way when my sister called from New York and said to me that...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. watching Republic.
Good afternoon, viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking, and I'm Rakshita Mishra with you. Remember the last time Zelensky was at the White House and the high drama that unfolded, the argument and the clash with Donald Trump. Well, he is back in the United States again, and in the build-up to that, we're going to get you all the updates and what's in store. What has Trump said ahead of Zelensky meeting with Zelensky? We'll tell you everything, but first the headlines at 3 p.m. Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla to meet the Prime Minister at 5 p.m. at his residence. Massive twist to Dharamsala mass burial claim. As per sources, masked man admits to following group's instructions. As India prepares for long-range missile test, United States Navy ship, the USS Santa Barbara, docks in Colombo. Massive ruckus in Meerut over assault of an army jawan. Villages block road, demand action on accused toll plaza workers who beat him.
My mother's alive. She should have been made a non-executive member of the board to keep the legacy and the family a part of it. Or do you think someone who has come into our family now has taken the board without talking to the family, without any discussion, without my mother knowing, it's been announced to us?
Huge inheritance battle explodes after industrialist Sanjay Kapoor's death. His sister Indira says she and her mother have been sidelined. Opposition politicizes NDA's VP picks as RSS push in another constitutional position. And Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi to arrive in India soon. High-level meeting with the External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar and NSA Ajit Doval scheduled. We have breaking news coming in right now, and this in connection with the VP candidate. Okay, this is regarding Zelensky, I'm told. Okay, no, it's not about Zelensky, it's about Prime Minister Modi meeting NDA's vice presidential candidate. Okay, you can see the pictures there. CP Radhakrishnan, he is meeting the Prime Minister, greeted by the Prime Minister there in the national capital. First on Republic TV, the images on your screens. Prime Minister Modi meets NDA's vice presidential candidate, CP Radhakrishnan. So that's the breaking news we have right now. And this is the latest visual that is coming in, and this is the vice presidential pick for the NDA. He's the Maharashtra governor and former Coimbatore MP, CP Radhakrishnan, and this is after Jagdeep Dhankar had resigned weeks ago from the post of vice president, and so Radhakrishnan is, of course, there is detail coming in on that. Is a Maharashtra governor, and this is the Maharashtra governor, and also he's in Delhi, and he's a two-time former MP, and he's a two-time former MP from Tamil Nadu. He's known for his reach across party lines, and there you have them. More pictures coming in of CP Radhakrishnan with the Prime Minister Narendra Modi. He, in fact, has also headed Tamil Nadu's BJP state unit in the past, and the Prime Minister had said when he was announced as the pick that he is Mr. Radhakrishnan has distinguished himself with his dedication, humility, and intellect. And these are pictures first on Republic TV. Prime Minister Modi meeting NDA's vice presidential candidate, and this is the update we have. 68-year-old Radhakrishnan is now meeting the Prime Minister, and Harsha is joining us live on the broadcast from Harsha. We have the first visuals coming in from New Delhi. The candidate for vice presidential post meeting the Prime Minister.
Yes, the pictures have come out now. CP Radhakrishnan, when he was received at the airport by Kiran Rijiju, by Pranab Joshi, Ram Naidu also was there, and all the Delhi Chief Minister Rekha Gupta also was with the other leaders who received Radhakrishnan, the VP candidate from the side of the NDA. Immediately from airport, CP Radhakrishnan went straight to PM residence, and this is the first picture on our channel which we are looking at right now, because CP Radhakrishnan is a NDA candidate for vice president post. Already the campaign for him has started. Rajnath Singh has already started speaking to several other parties for the support to the NDA candidate, the vice president candidate. Also, since morning, YSRCP, BJD, TDP and other parties have been contacted by Rajnath Singh, who is looking the entire campaign of Vice President candidate CP Radhakrishnan, and also Kiran Rijiju is also managing the campaign. So both of them have been speaking to all the political parties. But this first visual on our screen is the first meeting. CP Radhakrishnan, after immediately landing at Delhi airport, immediately meets Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Also, actually, that's very interesting to see the candidate CP Radhakrishnan, how politically and strategically this move has come from the side of the NDA, and how this will also have an effect on the next Tamil Nadu elections as well.
Stay on with us, Harsha. We also have senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor on the phone line. Abhishek, well, the first pictures of the meeting between CP Radhakrishnan and Prime Minister Modi. Help us understand what's behind the NDA's pick for the vice presidential post. Of course, it's already being politicized by the opposition.
Well, Rakshita, a good question, and there are two clear pivots that you can see in this choice of CP Radhakrishnan as the vice president pick of the NDA. One is Tamil Nadu pivot, and it's clear that the BJP really wants to highlight that. The second is the OBC pivot, which is the community from which the candidate and Maharashtra governor comes from. Remember the kind of politics, OBC politics, that leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi has played for the last couple of years. And so in that backdrop for the BJP to pick up CP Radhakrishnan, who belongs to the good OBC community of Tamil Nadu, I think that's making a statement of sorts. Apart from the fact that Prime Minister also qualifies and comes from the OBC community, the fact that President of India is from the scheduled tribes, the fact that even the Speaker of the Lok Sabha is considered from the OBC community, the fact that the Chief Justice of India in the present is from the scheduled castes community. I think so getting the caste matrix right and to make a political statement which political party, any political party would do. So I think that's one pivot. And the other, as I mentioned, the fact that next year Tamil Nadu is going to go in for election, a strong charge made by Dravid parties, or particularly the DMK, is that BJP is a very North India party and they do not understand Dravidian mind and politics. And in that backdrop, for the BJP to pick a face from Tamil Nadu is a very important statement in that context. This, of course, comes apart from the fact that Mr. Radhakrishnan comes with tremendous amount of legislative and executive experience. He has been a member of parliament twice. And remember, at a time when BJP would draw blank in Tamil Nadu, he won elections in 1998-99 from Coimbatore. And since then, he has been governor of 3 states. The fact that opposition already finds itself in breach. The unity is broken with the Shiv Sena Uddhav Thackeray group, and even the DMK now deciding that maybe they will consider Radhakrishnan to vote for the NDA candidate, because in the case of DMK they cannot really go against a Tamil candidate vis-a-vis someone if the ND bloc brings somebody from the north, because they have put themselves in the corner on the Dravid politics issue. And in the case of YSRCP, etc., I believe this was already, they were not part of India as such. So I think it's sort of, if you bring everything together, Rakshita, it becomes a coup of sorts for the NDA, and coming as it does towards the end of the session, with only 2 days left for nomination, I think the ND bloc has effectively ceded taken the initiative to NDA on the election of Vice President of India, who also doubles up Rajya Sabha.
Right. Absolutely. Abhishek, thank you so much for joining us with those details and putting in context what we are seeing right now and the vice presidential pick. Okay, we have some breaking news, and this is in connection with the Zelensky meeting Trump. We'll just go to that story. That's the breaking news we have. European nations viewers are building pressure on US before key Zelensky-Trump meeting. German Foreign Minister called for stepped-up pressure on Russia, including more aid for Ukraine to push Moscow into concessions towards a just and lasting peace. So that is the breaking news we have. In fact, the Norwegian Prime Minister said that pressure must be mounted on Russia. Global leaders reacting, multiple reactions coming in ahead of the Trump-Zelensky meeting. This comes after Trump met Putin, held talks with Putin. No ceasefire deal was cracked. However, now Donald Trump is going to meet Volodymyr Zelensky, the Ukrainian Prime Minister. And also, it will be interesting to see what really transpires this time around. European leaders are also going to join the Ukrainian president during this meeting with Donald Trump. And this is a follow-up summit. We will get you more details. My colleague Akanksha is joining us live on the broadcast from the newsroom. Akanksha, well, we remember what happened last time, the verbal spat that happened at the Oval Office. Last time Zelensky was in Washington. Now this time it will be interesting to see what happens. And ahead of that, many reactions are coming in from across the globe.
Well, absolutely. You see, all eyes will be on this very crucial meeting that is going to take place in another just a few hours. Rakshita, remember, as you also mentioned, the last time when Zelensky was in the Oval Office, we all saw how he was publicly berated by Donald Trump. So it remains to be seen what happens today. But this time he has come backed up with the key European leaders. We are learning that leaders from France, Germany, UK, Italy and Finland are expected to attend this meeting. In fact, you've also told us about the statements that have come in as far as the German finance minister is concerned. Foreign minister, I beg your pardon, he has said that pressure should be mounted on Russia. So both the European leaders as well as Zelensky, they will keep on mounting the pressure on Russia as far as the war is concerned. But what they are seeking right now is ceasefire as far as the war is concerned. So this will be the stand of the European leaders and also Zelensky as far as this meeting is concerned. But now in the last 24 hours, Donald Trump has made it quite clear through his post on social media that ceasefire doesn't hold for long and there should be a direct peace agreement that should be there. So it remains to be seen what really happens during the meeting, what demands do all these European leaders as far as the Ukrainian President Zelensky put forth as far as this war is concerned and what Donald Trump will say. But this comes 2 days after that crucial meeting between, remember, it took place between the Russian president and Donald Trump. There was no deal. There was no breakthrough in that. So all eyes will be on this crucial meeting that will take place around 10:45 Indian time in just another few hours, Rakshita.
Absolutely. And importantly, Donald Trump has also posted on social media, on Truth Social, by saying that no getting back Obama given Crimea and no going into NATO by Ukraine. Some things never change. He wrote on Truth Social ahead of this meeting. So he said that remember how it started. That's what Donald Trump is reminding Zelensky of. But thanks so much, Akanksha, for joining us with those details coming in on that story. All right, and now it says Republic TV's super exclusive Sanjay Kapoor's sister, Indira Kapoor, has broken her silence on her brother's death. You see this story. It demands full transparency around her brother's sudden death, and that includes access to medical records, official reports. She laments how her mother was sidelined from the company she helped build. Indira also goes on to say that they first learned about the autopsy through media coverage rather than directly, and questions how a healthy and a fit man could die of a heart attack under such circumstances. She also accused the board of excluding the family, coercing signatures during their grief, and letting the family's legacy slip away while offering no answers.
On 12th of June, when the news broke of Sanjay Kapoor's passing away, the initial few reports suggested that it was due to the bee sting. Now, when the UK coroner's report was made public in the public domain, it suggests more vaguely towards a chronic disease, chronic heart disease. So, how do you find this gap between the initial few claims and now what the report has to suggest?
So, to start with, we were told a bee sting, which we've always wondered how a bee went into his throat while he was riding, and Mum kept asking when he's wearing a helmet, how has a bee gone in? So that was the first bit of confusion we had. We unfortunately got the report from the media. We weren't given the report directly in our hand. It's come as a shock that he died of a heart attack, because from what I've heard, he did have his heart checked out, and he had 40% of an artery blocked, which is not a big deal. And the thing is, the family that we come from, my father made sure we had a blood test every 6 months, even when we were in school. So as adults, we've carried that on not only with us, but with our families. We are very health conscious. We have constant checkups. I refuse to believe my brother had not had a proper checkup, and I don't believe he had any heart disease. So for me to suddenly hear my brother's died of a heart attack, who's healthy, who exercises every day, the guy never ate ketchup. McDonald's was out of the question. No ketchup, no sodas, no nothing. Worked out every day, did yoga. You know, it's insane for me to say yes and be like, yeah, I'm okay with it. I'm not, because from a bee sting, it's gone to a heart attack, and someone needs to explain this to the family. Someone needs to give us an explanation on how. And how has this come about? How did a bee sting turn into a heart attack? And how, when you have such a healthy guy, it just doesn't make sense to us.
Meanwhile, we also had spoken earlier to lawyer of Sanjay Kapoor's mother, Vaibhav Gagar. Take a listen to what he had said.
Of directors and the shareholders, where she's requested that the meeting today, which is being held, as I understand, be deferred by at least 2 weeks. So, and that the company cooperate with her, so that she can access all details and then present all the facts and make a reasoned decision as to how the family legacy should be taken forward. Who should be the representative of the family? It should not, according to her, be someone or anyone without her tacit consent. And
emerged as a front runner for the opposition's vice presidential candidate. And now the TMC has said that, in fact, TMC is adamant that someone from outside the realm of politics, someone outside of politics, to be named as the vice presidential candidate. So this is another update we have. This is regarding the vice presidential candidate of the opposition. And there is... So DMK is batting for Tiruchi Siva as opposition's vice presidential pick. Harsha is joining us live on the broadcast for more. Harsha, tell us more about DMK's Rajya Sabha MP who's being pitched as the opposition's VP candidate. However, even TMC is not agreeing to it, seems.
Yes, Rakshita, only TMC is the party who is not agreeing with the Tiruchi Siva being nominated as the VP candidate from the side of the opposition party. The Indie bloc leaders several times had the meeting amongst themselves. All the opposition parties met in the morning as well to decide as soon as possible the VP candidate, because the nominations will start, and also soon they have to also oppose the other parties also for the support. But what we've got to know is that Tiruchi Siva is all set. He wants to. They have shared the intention and expression also that yes, he's okay with the VP candidate, because also it will be Tamil Nadu versus Tamil Nadu. Already CP Radhakrishnan, the NDA candidate, has a lot of relevance as far as the Tamil Nadu election is concerned next year. And also Tiruchi Siva, if he's fielded from the side of the opposition party, that will be a direct one-on-one, hand-on-hand fight between both of them, because and both will be seeking support from the other parties as well. Front runner is Tiruchi Siva, but yes, TMC is not agreeing to it. TMC and DMK are at loggerheads right now. Congress party has no issues. We've got to know that there was one meeting in the Mallikarjun Kharge's chamber this morning, and entire Congress party leaders, they have no issue. They have expressed that they have no issue with Tiruchi Siva being the VP candidate of the Indie bloc. But yes, TMC has a problem. TMC leaders have stated that Mamata Banerjee has stated and expressed that if the candidate is from outside the politics, who has no political career, that will be much easier. And it will be transparent also if such a candidate is nominated as the candidate from the opposition side for a VP candidate. So this is Mamata Banerjee's intention, what has been shared in the meeting of Mallikarjun Kharge. But yes, Rakshita, for all our viewers, we would like to tell you that at 5 o'clock in the evening, at the residence of Mallikarjun Kharge, there's a very important meeting of NDA bloc, and that final meeting will decide the final name of the VP candidate from the opposition bloc. Because already NDA has started the campaign. Rajnath Singh has already dialed several leaders and several parties for his support. Prahlad Joshi House residence, there's a meeting at 6 p.m. of the NDA for the support, which all the allies of the NDA will be gearing up together to showcase the support for the NDA candidate CP Radhakrishnan. But as far as opposition is concerned, they still have not decided the opposition candidate for the vice president post. They still have no, consensus amongst themselves. So that also raises a lot of concerns and questions that there's no unity in the NDA bloc leaders till now. Back to you.
Harsha, thank you so much for joining us with those details coming in on that story. Okay, we shift our focus to other stories. Viewers, now the Indian... All right, we continue with the more updates. I think Harsha is still with us, if I'm not wrong. Harsha continues to be with us. Harsha, we also tell us more about the vice presidential candidate of the NDA also. We were speaking earlier to Abhishek as well, where he was in fact telling us that it's a very interesting choice, and you were also pointing it out. Help our viewers understand more, because he is a former MP from Tamil Nadu, a two-time MP, has also headed the BJP state unit of Tamil Nadu as well. So there's a lot of focus down south, especially in Tamil Nadu, if you see ahead of the elections. And not just that, the social engineering factor is important, Harsha. Okay, I'm told that Harsha is not with us. We shift our focus. The Indian Met Department has issued a red alert for Mumbai and Thane amid heavy waterlogging in many areas. Here's a ground report.
मुंबई में लगातार जोरदार बारिश हो रही है। बारिश होने की वजह से मुंबई कई निचले इलाकों में पानी भरना शुरू हो चुका है। मैं इस समय अंधेरी सब्वे पे हूं और दिखा रहा हूं तस्वीरें किस तरह से अंधेरी सब्वे को बंद कर दिया गया है। बीएमसी कर्मचारी लगे हुए हैं, पानी निकालने का काम शुरू है, पंप लगाया गया है, लेकिन कहीं न कहीं लगातार जिस तरह से बारिश हो रही है, जिसकी वजह से अंधेरी सब्वे को बंद कर दिया है। लोकल अपने रफ्तार में चल रही है। फिलहाल लोकल ट्रेन पर असर नहीं पड़ा है, लेकिन जो है निचले इलाके, मुंबई के जो निचले इलाके हैं वहाँ पे पानी भरना शुरू हो चुका है। मुंबई में मौसम विभाग ने रेड अलर्ट जारी किया है और लगातार जिस तरह से बारिश हो रही है उसकी वजह से कई इलाके, चाहे दादर हो, शायन हो, कुर्ला हो, चूना भट्टी हो, अन्य इलाके जो निचले इलाके हैं मुंबई के, वहाँ पे पानी भरना शुरू हो चुका है। तस्वीरें देख सकते हैं कि अंधेरी सब्वे को बंद कर दिया गया है। कोई भी यातायात गाड़ियाँ जाने नहीं दिया जा रहा, बैरिकेड लगा दिया गया। तस्वीरें दिखा रहा हूँ किस तरह से बैरिकेड लगा दिया गया है और मुंबई पुलिस की टीम मौजूद है। आगे किसी को जाने नहीं दिया जा रहा, क्योंकि लगातार जो है अंधेरी सब्वे में पानी भर रहा है और मुंबई की जो सब्वे हैं, जो निचले इलाके में सब्वे हैं, वहाँ पर लगातार पानी भर रहा है, जिसकी वजह से सब्वे को बंद कर दिया गया है। कई इलाके, चाहे अंधेरी वेस्ट का इलाका हो, वहाँ जो निचले इलाके हैं वहाँ पे भी पानी भरना शुरू हो गया। वकोला में पानी भरना शुरू हो गया, क्योंकि लगातार बीती रात से लगातार बारिश हो रहा है और मौसम विभाग का कहना है कि अगले 24 घंटों में मुंबई में और जोरदार बारिश हो सकती है। लगातार बीएमसी कर्मचारी अलग अलग इलाकों में जुटे हुए हैं, पानी निकालने का काम किया जा रहा है। ट्रैफिक की बात करें, ट्रैफिक भी जो वेस्टर्न एक्सप्रेस हाईवे है वहाँ पूरा जाम है। लगातार कहीं कहीं जो अलग अलग जगहों पे ट्रैफिक जाम है। फिलहाल ये तस्वीरें जो देख रहे हैं अंधेरी सब्वे का है। अंधेरी सब्वे बंद कर दिया गया है और मुंबई के अलग अलग इलाकों में इसी तरह जो निचले इलाके हैं वहाँ पर पानी भरना शुरू हो चुका है। और बीएमसी और मुंबई पुलिस ने लोगों से कहा है कि अगर ज़्यादा ज़रूरी काम ना हो तो घर से ना निकले, क्योंकि जिस तरह से बारिश हो रही है और जिस तरह से बारिश होने वाली है, अंदाज़ा मौसम विभाग ने लगाया है, कहीं न कहीं लोगों के लिए खतरा हो सकता है।
All right, time for a short break, viewers, but we get you the latest update on the case of an army jawan being assaulted at a toll booth in Meerut of Uttar Pradesh. Also, IMD issues red alert for Mumbai and Thane amid incessant raids. Heavy waterlogging forces evacuation in many areas.
अब
छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा आरती और मसाला।
How did a bee sting turn into a heart attack? What was the hurry? What was the rush for this? Fine, we didn't. Does my mother not deserve answers? Does my sister not? It's crazy that we have been cut off from our own family. She was made to sign papers which she was unaware of during the grieving period. She was not explained anything. There shouldn't have been an inheritance dispute. Everything was willed to my mother. We've not seen the trust. We've asked for it. My mother's been asking since 2023. We've not seen the trust. So how can I tell you about what clause says what?
Today at Republic, we are going to dive into a gripping story of loss and suspicion surrounding the death of Sanjay Kapoor, the chairman of Sona Comstar on 12th June. A UK coroner's report. Mrs. Kapoor had also mentioned about certain dubious asset transfers in that letter. So as a family, do you have tracks of any such transactions taking place?
Yes, my mother has said it very loudly. She was made to sign papers which she was unaware of during the grieving period. She was not explained anything. And why was it done? Again, I'm going to ask during the 13-day mourning period, what was the hurry? Everything was willed to my mother, so we don't understand how there's an inheritance dispute. We're now finding out stuff that we didn't even know existed. There's papers being signed, we're not being allowed to know what has been signed.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDA चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDA चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
I choose a world where we care and we dare to love. I choose a world where we dream and the limit is the sky. And this world is my home where I'm living my best life.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics.
Living my best life.
Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
How did a bee sting turn into a heart attack? What was the hurry? What was the rush for this? Fine, we didn't. Does my mother not deserve answers? Does my sister not? It's crazy that we have been cut off from our own family. She was made to sign papers which she was unaware of during the grieving period. She was not explained anything. There shouldn't have been an inheritance dispute. Everything was willed to my mother. We've not seen the trust. We've asked for it. My mother's been asking since 2023. We've not seen the trust. So how can I tell you about what clause says what?
Today at Republic, we are going to dive into a gripping story of loss and suspicion surrounding the death of Sanjay Kapoor, the chairman of Sona Comstar on 12th June. A UK coroner's report claims that the death happened due to natural causes, while the mother, Rani Kapoor, alleges foul play, citing forged documents and possibility of a transnational conspiracy. Joining me today exclusively is Sanjay Kapoor's sister, Indira Kapoor. Thank you, Ms. Kapoor, for speaking to us. First of all, I'd like
Very warm welcome. You're watching live and breaking and Mark Samasha with you viewers. We're closely tracking the case from Meerut, where an army jawan has been assaulted by the staff at the toll plaza. There are protests that are being held by the villagers, and even the toll booth. The toll booth has been the toll plaza has been vandalized by the locals following the assault on the army jawan. Republic TV closely tracking all the developments. Let's start with the headlines first. Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla to meet the Prime Minister at 5 p.m. today at his residence. Massive twist to Dharmasthala mass burial claim. As per sources, masked man admits to following group's instructions. As India prepares for long-range missile test, United States Navy ship, the USS Santa Barbara, docks in Colombo. Massive ruckus in Meerut over the assault of an army jawan. Villagers block road, demand action on accused toll plaza workers.
Considering my mother's alive, she should have been made a non-executive member of the board to keep the legacy and the family a part of it? Or do you think someone who has come into our family now has taken the board without talking to the family, without any discussion, without my mother knowing, it's been announced to us?
Huge inheritance battle explodes after industrialist Sanjay Kapoor's death. Sister Indira says that she and her mother have been sidelined. Opposition politicizes NDA's vice presidential pick, says RSS push in another constitutional post. Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi to arrive in India today. High-level meeting with the External Affairs Minister and NSA Doval scheduled. The Met Department issues red alert for Mumbai and Thane amid incessant rains. Heavy water logging forces evacuation in several areas. The viewers, an army jawan in Meerut was pinned to a pole and he was thrashed during an altercation at that toll booth in Meerut of Uttar Pradesh. The 4 toll booth staff have been arrested now after a video of them assaulting the soldiers circulated online. There's a huge drama that unfolded at the toll plaza after this, of course, during what happened, and then later on we saw that the villagers were also outraged by what happened. There's anger, viewers. There's anger, and this is an attack on one of our own brave jawans of the Indian Army, and this is an assault, and now the locals have also raised their voice against it. They have in fact demanded action against the toll plaza worker. This is the Bhuni toll plaza. He was on his way to Srinagar. He was pinned to pole and assaulted by toll booth staff, and he was at home for a holiday. He was heading to Delhi airport to fly to his posting in Srinagar, and he was Okay, we are just cutting across to my colleague Komal, who is at the spot right now.
यहाँ पे है। और रही बात महापंचायत की, तो कल आखिर महापंचायत होगा या नहीं, ये भी एक संशय बरकरार है। लेकिन यहाँ पे चूंकि आप लोग सदस्य अभी आप बातचीत कर रहे थे, लोगों से भी बातचीत कर रहे थे, फैसला क्या लिया? एक मीटिंग हुई है अभी सृष्टि, मीटिंग में क्या कुछ फैसला आप लोगों ने लिया?
मेरा नाम आदेश फौजी है। मीटिंग में ये फैसला लिया गया है, सेना के सम्मान में आज क्षेत्र के तमाम गाँवों से लोग पहुँचे हैं और फैसला लिया गया है कि जो टोल पे सुरक्षाकर्मी तैनात हैं, जो पूर्व में टोल किसी के भी पास रहता है वे सुरक्षाकर्मी वही रहते हैं, उन लोगों को हटाया जाए और लोकल का क्षेत्र का एक भी व्यक्ति टोल पे सुरक्षाकर्मी के रूप में कार्यभार ना संभाले। दूसरा, इस टोल पे जिस तरह की घटनाएं होती हैं, ये घटना 15वीं घटना है, हाल फिलहाल की 15वीं घटना है और एक सैनिक के साथ में इस तरह की दुर्दांत घटना करना।
ये 15वीं घटना है, यानी यही लोग हैं जो इस तरह की बदतमीजी करते हैं, मारपीट करते हैं।
इन्हीं में से बहुत सारे ऐसे लोग हैं जिन पर गुंडा एक्ट, गैंगस्टर और कई मुकदमे दर्ज है और वही लोग टोल की कमांड को संभालते हैं और लगातार क्षेत्र के लोगों के साथ में मारपीट करते हैं, बदतमीजी करते हैं। और जिस फौजी के साथ में, कपिल के साथ में मारपीट की गई है, वो जम्मू एंड कश्मीर में तैनात था रात 10:30 बजे।
मारपीट हुई है, लेकिन क्या महापंचायत भी, जैसे ही बात निकल के सामने आ रही है, क्या कल महापंचायत होगा? क्योंकि यहाँ पे देखे तो तैयारी एक देखने को मिल रही है, दरी वगैरह भी बिछा लिया गया है, लोग भी है, पुलिस प्रशासन भी है, मीटिंग हुई है। महापंचायत को लेकर के क्या कुछ बात हुई है?
अगर शासन प्रशासन ने जो हमने शर्तें रखी हैं, जो क्षेत्रवासियों की तरफ से शर्तें हैं, उन शर्तों को नहीं माना तो बड़ी महापंचायत का इस टोल पे कार्रवाई की जाएगी। और आज हमारे बीच में इस क्षेत्र का हिंदू हृदय सम्राट पूर्व विधायक संगीत सोम पहुँचे हैं, जिला अध्यक्ष शिव कुमार राणा जी पहुँचे हैं, और भी कई भाजपा के बड़े वरिष्ठ नेता आज सरकार के खिलाफ में प्रशासन के साथ में यहाँ मौजूद हैं। और तमाम ऐसी शख्सियत हैं जो इस क्षेत्र को अपने आप में एक वजूद रखते हैं।
गिरफ्तारी की मांग कर रहे हैं। अभी तक कितने लोगों को गिरफ्तार कर लिया गया और कितने लोग हैं जिनके ऊपर आपने बताया FIR भी की गई है? कितने लोगों के ऊपर FIR की है, कितने लोगों की गिरफ्तारी हो गई?
6 लोगों को पुलिस ने रात ही गिरफ्तार कर लिया था। एक व्यक्ति अभी बचा हुआ है जिसको गिरफ्तार करना है, और 3 लोग जो इस सुरक्षा एजेंसी को चलाते हैं उनको गिरफ्तार करने का मुद्दा लगातार तूल पकड़ता हुआ जा रहा है। तो करीब 11 लोगों को जो टोल पे यहाँ कार्यरत थे उनको गिरफ्तार करके जेल भेजा जाए और उन पे NSA की कार्रवाई की जाए। एक सैनिक पे हाथ उठाना राष्ट्रद्रोह का मुकदमा बनता है।
सैनिक के साथ जो है अपमान बर्दाश्त नहीं करेंगे, इन्होंने अपनी मांग भी बताई है। रही बात महापंचायत को लेके, तो उनका ये कहना है कि थोड़ी देर में यहाँ पे जो कप्तान है वो भी यहाँ पहुँचेंगे, SDM पहुँचेंगे। उसके बाद अगर जो इन्होंने मांगे रखी है, अगर उसे लेकर के जो आश्वासन दिया।
So viewers, there you have, this is the anger amongst the people, viewers. This is the anger, this is the outrage, and they demand the strictest punishment for the staff who actually assaulted the army jawan. Now let's take a listen into what the father of the army soldier who has been attacked has said.
मैंने तो जी 4 आदमियों ने जिसके हाथ पकड़े, और जी 5-6 ने पिटे आई। हाँ,
मतलब कुल मिलाकर के 5-6 लोगों से ज्यादा लोग थे। 4 लोगों ने हाथ पकड़ा हुआ था, खंबे से भी बांध करके पीटा।
हाँ, खंबे से बांध के पीटा जी। 10-12 लोग थे जी।
10-12 लोग।
हाँ,
क्या आप कह रहे थे, क्यों लड़ाई हुई, क्यों इस तरह से सेना के एक जवान के साथ बेरहमी से पिटाई हुई?
आज की फ्लैट थी जी। हम उसे छोड़ने जा रहे थे दिल्ली, लाइन लगी हुई थी, हमारे तो डगरे डबे एक गाड़ी थी। लाला ने उतर के कहा, अगनू का तुम जो हो इनकी गल्लो फेर करते रहिए, भैया मुझे काट दो। नुको कि तू क्या वो है जज भाई? नुको मैं आर्मी का जवान हूँ। आर्मी का कार्ड भी दिखाया, वो भी फेंक के मारा, और बात था भाई पप्पी टप्पी।
मतलब आर्मी के कार्ड को उन्होंने देखा, पहले तो उन्होंने ये कहा कि तुम बहुत बड़े जज बने हो, है ना। उसके बाद उन्होंने आर्मी का जब कार्ड दिखाया तो वो कार्ड फेंक दिया उन्होंने। मतलब पहले तो सेना की बेइज्जती की, अभद्रता की, बर्बरता की, और उसके बाद कार्ड भी फेंक दिया।
हाँ,
और कह रहे थे वो लोग? है जी, क्या कह रहे थे वो लोग? बोल क्या रहे थे? क्या बदतमीजी कर रहे थे, गालियां दे रहे थे?
गाली गलौज खूब हुई जी। हाँ, हमने तो कुसामत भी करी जी, और माननी मारी किसी ने। हाँ, फिर कार्ड को भी नु कहने के, कार्ड को भी सकनू का हमने कद लिया, हमने तो नु कहा कार्ड दे दो तब मारा। पुलिस ने दुआया जी, फिर इन्होंने तो हमें दिया।
अच्छा, वो कार्ड नहीं दे रहे थे, मोबाइल फोन भी चोरी मतलब छीन लिया था उन्होंने। ये भी है कि मोबाइल फोन वगैरह भी छीन लिया।
हाँ, बस सब कुछ छीन लिया था जी। जब तो
मतलब ऐसा क्यों किया? क्या पहले से कोई गुस्सा था या अचानक से ही इन्होंने?
अचानक थे, हमें तो जी कुछ मतलब ही नहीं था हमारा तो।
So viewers, the Republic TV continues to closely track that story, and we continue to, of course, keep the forces first. Viewers, we shift our focus now to the situation in Maharashtra. The Mumbai police has ensured that school children reached safely after their bus was stranded in a waterlogged area under the King's Circle Bridge. The team quickly rescued the children along with staff members and the bus driver. And we also have a reaction coming in from the Maharashtra Chief Minister, I'm told. But this is the state of affairs. You can see how flooded this entire city is, and the monsoon mayhem wreaking havoc. Now, what we know is that the children, along with the team, have been on the ground. Rescue teams have now rescued the children along with staff members and the bus driver. They brought them to the police station, handed them over to their parents after contacting them. So you can see what's happening on ground. My colleague Satya Prakash is getting you more from Ground Zero in Mumbai.
मुंबई में जोरदार बारिश हो रही है। बारिश होने की वजह से मुंबई में जगह जगह ट्रैफिक जाम है। मैं इस समय वेस्टर्न एक्सप्रेस हाईवे पे वो तस्वीरें दिखा रहा हूँ किस तरह से पूरा ट्रैफिक जाम है। 3 से 4 किलोमीटर लंबा पूरा जाम लगा हुआ है। गोरेगांव से लेकर अंधेरी तक जाम है, और अंधेरी से लेकर बांद्रा तक जाम है। पूरा देख सकते हैं किस तरह से पूरा ट्रैफिक जाम है। मुंबई में जगह जगह इसी तरह से ट्रैफिक जाम है क्योंकि लगातार बारिश हो रही है। मुंबई के कई निचले इलाकों में पानी भर गया है और तस्वीरें मुंबई में लगातार जोरदार बारिश हो रही है। बारिश होने की वजह से मुंबई कई निचले इलाकों में पानी भरना शुरू हो चुका है। मैं इस समय अंधेरी सबवे पे हूं और दिखा रहा हूं तस्वीरें किस तरह से अंधेरी सबवे को बंद कर दिया गया है। बीएमसी कर्मचारी लगे हुए हैं, पानी निकालने का काम शुरू है, पंप लगाया गया है, लेकिन कहीं न कहीं लगातार जिस तरह से बारिश हो रही है जिसकी वजह से अंधेरी सबवे को बंद कर दिया है। लोकल अपने रफ्तार में चल रही है। फिलहाल लोकल ट्रेन पर असर नहीं पड़ा है, लेकिन जो है निचले इलाके मुंबई के जो निचले इलाके हैं वहाँ पे पानी भरना शुरू हो चुका है। मुंबई में मौसम विभाग ने रेड अलर्ट जारी किया है और लगातार जिस तरह से बारिश हो रही है उसकी वजह से कई इलाके, चाहे दादर हो, शाइन हो, कुर्ला हो, चूना भट्टी हो, अन्य इलाके जो निचले इलाके हैं मुंबई के वहाँ पे पानी भरना शुरू हो चुका है। तस्वीरें देख सकते हैं कि अंधेरी शब्बे को बंद कर दिया गया है। कोई भी यातायात गाड़ियाँ जाने नहीं दिया जा रहा, बैरिकेड लगा दिया गया। तस्वीरें दिखा रहा हूँ किस तरह से बैरिकेड लगा दिया गया है और मुंबई पुलिस की टीम मौजूद है। आगे किसी को जाने नहीं दिया जा रहा क्योंकि लगातार जो है अंधेरी शब्बे में पानी भर रहा है और मुंबई की जो शब्बे हैं, जो निचले इलाके में शब्बे हैं, वहाँ पर लगातार पानी भर रहा है जिसकी वजह से शब्बे को बंद कर दिया गया है। कई इलाके, चाहे अंधेरी वेस्ट का इलाका हो, वहाँ जो निचले इलाके हैं वहाँ पे भी पानी भरना शुरू हो गया। वकोला में पानी भरना शुरू हो गया क्योंकि लगातार बीती रात से लगातार बारिश हो रहा है और मौसम विभाग का कहना है कि अगले 24 घंटों में मुंबई में और जोरदार बारिश हो सकती है। लगातार बीएमसी कर्मचारी अलग अलग इलाकों में जुटे हुए हैं, पानी निकालने का काम किया जा रहा है। ट्रैफिक की बात करें, ट्रैफिक भी जो वेस्टर्न एक्सप्रेस हाईवे है वहाँ पूरा जाम है। लगातार कहीं कहीं जो अलग अलग जगहों पे ट्रैफिक जाम है। फिलहाल ये तस्वीरें जो देख रहे हैं अंधेरी शब्बे का है। अंधेरी शब्बे बंद कर दिया गया है और मुंबई के अलग अलग इलाकों में इसी तरह जो निचले इलाके हैं वहाँ पर पानी भरना शुरू हो चुका है और बीएमसी और मुंबई पुलिस ने लोगों से कहा है कि अगर ज़्यादा ज़रूरी काम ना हो तो घर से ना निकले क्योंकि जिस तरह से बारिश हो रही है और जिस तरह से बारिश होने वाली है अंदाज़ा मौसम विभाग ने लगाया है, कहीं न कहीं लोगों के लिए खतरा हो सकता है।
And we also have a reaction from Chief Minister Maharashtra Devendra Fadnavis, who reviewed the rain situation. He says that administration has been instructed to stay in the affected areas and coordinate continuously.
महाराष्ट्र के करीब पिछले 2 दिनों में बहुत बड़े पैमाने पर बारिश हुई है। कई जिलों में रेड अलर्ट और ऑरेंज अलर्ट है और अगले 3 दिन भी अगर हम देखिए 21 तारीख तक विशेष रूप से महाराष्ट्र के आधे जिलों में कहीं रेड अलर्ट है, कहीं ऑरेंज अलर्ट है और इसके चलते बड़े पैमाने पर हम लोगों ने जो एहतियात बरतनी है उसके बारे में अभी चर्चा की है। हमारी जो कंट्रोल रूम है उस कंट्रोल रूम से सारे जिलों में जो हमारी यंत्रणा है उस यंत्रणा को अलर्ट दिया गया है। अलग अलग जगह पर जिस प्रकार से नुकसान हो रहा है वहाँ मदद देने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं और आगे में जो डिज़ास्टर आ सकता है उसका मिटिगेशन करने का प्रयास चल रहा है। हमारे बाजू के जो राज्य हैं, चाहे वो तेलंगाना हो चाहे कर्नाटक हो, इनके साथ भी बातचीत करते हुए वहाँ से जो डिस्चार्ज पानी का है उसको ठीक से अगर मेंटेन करें तो बाढ़ की परिस्थिति न आए, इस प्रकार की व्यवस्था की गई है। विशेष रूप से कोकण में जहां बहुत ज़्यादा बारिश है वहां पर भी हम लोगों ने बाढ़ का नियंत्रण किस प्रकार से किया जाए इसकी व्यवस्था की हुई है। करीब 4 लाख हेक्टेयर ज़मीन जो है इसमें जो किसानों ने बुआई की थी तो उसका नुकसान हुआ है, उसको एक प्रकार से असेसमेंट करके उसको हम मदद करेंगे।
And we have some breaking news coming in from Karnataka, viewers. There's a massive twist to the Dharmasthala mass burial claim. Now, as per sources, the masked man has admitted to following a certain group's instructions. Now, after his claims, Karnataka Home Minister Jitendra on the floor of the assembly has said that the alleged kingpin behind the masked man in the Dharmasthala mass burial case should be booked under law, will be booked under law. So, what we understand, viewers, this excavation process has been going on for a long time. And now it's been said that this is just a conspiracy because nothing concrete has been found. No concrete evidence has been found. And now there have been claims by one of the so-called whistleblowers that he was working on a group's directions. So that's the update we have right now. The masked man, you see, he has been hogging the limelight for quite some time, and now the allegations are turning out to be something else. The mass burial allegations are turning out to be something else. At least what we go by, if we go by what's happening, there have been at least 17 sites that have been dug up. You can see machines have been brought in, drones have been brought in. Now he says that allegedly he was following somebody's orders. Listen into what Home Minister G. Parmeshwara has said.
ಸುನಿಲ್ ಅವರು ನೀವೇನೇ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ನಾನೇನು ಉದ್ವೇಗಕ್ಕೆ ಒಳಗಾಗೋಲ್ಲ ಆಯ್ತಾ ಸುನಿಲ್ ಅವರು ನೀವೇನೇ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ನಾನೇನು ಉದ್ವೇಗಕ್ಕೆ ಒಳಗಾಗೋಲ್ಲ ಆಯ್ತಾ ಆ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಯನ್ನ ದೊಡ್ಡವನ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಬೇಡ ಆ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿ ಮೇಲೆ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ 16 ಕೇಸ್ಗಳಿದ್ದಾವೆ ನಾವು ಖಂಡಿತವಾಗಿ ಅವನಿಗಾಗಲೇ ಕ್ರಮ ತಗೋಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಸೂಚನೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇನೆ ಆದಷ್ಟು ತಕ್ಷಣ ಅವನ ಮೇಲೆ ಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ತಗೊಳ್ಳೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಆದ್ರಿಂದ ಯಾರನ್ನ ಇಂಥ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳನ್ನ ಸಮಾಜದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಿಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯನೇ ಇಲ್ಲ ಕಾನೂನು ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿರೋದೇ ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಆ ಕಾನೂನನ್ನ ಚಲಾಯಿಸ್ತೀವಿ ಅವನಿಗೇನು ಶಿಕ್ಷೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕೋ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಯಾವ ಮುಲಾಜಿಲ್ದೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ
My colleague Abhishek joins us live on the broadcast from Bengaluru. Abhishek, tell us more about what really has this masked man claimed now, the U-turn that has been taken up, and G. Parmeshwara now demanding that the one behind him should be booked.
Rakshita, the allegation is that hundreds of bodies in the years 1995 and 2015 were buried across Dharmasthala and river Netravati is what the whistleblower's claim was. Upon digging at various places, to be precise, 19 places the excavation was done, but only 2 places, point number 6 and point number 11A, partial remains of skeletons were found. On the other hand, the government also formed the special investigation team based on the whistleblower's claim. As of now, the special investigation team's probable work might have been completed towards 70%, and the last 30% interrogation or the investigation might be remaining as of now. Dr. G. Parmeshwara, who's addressing the assembly in the Vidhana Saudha now, has started speaking about the Dharmasthala case to inform what has happened in the last 3 to 4 weeks after the SIT has been constituted. On the other hand, it is a belief that the whistleblower has accepted the fact that he was forced by a group of people to speak false allegations, to make false allegations, to direct the SIT towards another point of view where there is no truth involved at all. So we are waiting for the official confirmation about this angle of news from the Home Minister. On the other hand, DCM DK Shivkumar also mentioned while talking to the media that the Home Minister will be addressing about this concern in the Assembly today. And that has come to existence now. Dr. G. Parmeshwara is informing the MLAs of all the parties in the Assembly what has unearthed or unfolded in the last 3 to 4 weeks with respect to the whistleblower's claim. On the other hand, whistleblower's claim of someone or a group of people pressurizing him to make false allegations or claims. This has to be this has to be confirmed by the officials from the special investigation team. However, Pranav Mohanty, who visited Dr. G. Parmeshwara, hasn't spoken to any media. He also mentioned that while Republic tried to have a conversation with him, he mentioned that since the case is under progress or the case is still under investigation, he will have no say about this either to the Home Minister or to the media, and the report will be submitted to the Home Minister once the investigation has completed, after which he can probably talk on that. Is what he spoke to the Republic camera when we tried to have a conversation with him. So we will have to see what unfolds in the next couple of hours, because the MLAs and the ministers are giving a total ear to Dr. G. Parmeshwara's statement as of now. Rakshita.
All right. Thank you so much, Abhishek, for joining us with those details. In fact, we continue to get more updates on that story, viewers. So this is a fresh twist to this entire case. That is this Dharmasthala mass burial case just a conspiracy to malign Dharmasthala? Is it a bigger conspiracy? What is really behind it? The Karnataka government at least had admitted to it on the floor of the Karnataka Assembly at least. And just take a listen in once again to what G. Parmeshwara exactly said in the Assembly.
ನಂಬರ್ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕು ನಾವು.
ಸುನಿಲ್ ಅವರು ನೀವೇನೇ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ನಾನೇನು ಉದ್ವೇಗಕ್ಕೆ ಒಳಗಾಗೋಲ್ಲ ಆಯ್ತಾ. ಆ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಯನ್ನ ದೊಡ್ಡವನ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಬೇಡ. ಆ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿ ಮೇಲೆ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ 16 ಕೇಸ್ಗಳಿದ್ದಾವೆ. ನಾವು ಖಂಡಿತವಾಗಿ ಅವನಿಗಾಗಲೇ ಕ್ರಮ ತಗೋಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಸೂಚನೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಆದಷ್ಟು ತಕ್ಷಣ ಅವನ ಮೇಲೆ ಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ತಗೊಳ್ಳೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಆದ್ರಿಂದ ಯಾರನ್ನ ಇಂಥ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳನ್ನ ಸಮಾಜದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಿಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯನೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಕಾನೂನು ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿರೋದೇ ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ. ಆ ಕಾನೂನನ್ನು ಚಲಾಯಿಸ್ತೀವಿ, ಅವನಿಗೇನು ಶಿಕ್ಷೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕೋ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಯಾವ ಮುಲಾಜಿಲ್ದೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ.
We have some breaking news coming in, viewers. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh has slammed the opposition for not letting Shubhanshu Shukla the discussion on Shubhanshu Shukla take place in the Lok Sabha. We saw when Union Minister Jitendra Singh was speaking in the Parliament, he was starting the discussion on Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla and his heroic achievement in space. That the opposition continued to hoot, continued to sloganeer, it opposed, it boycotted the session, and now Defence Minister has slammed the opposition for not allowing, or rather disrupting, the discussion on Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla, the pride of India. This is the breaking news we have right now. Rajnath Singh says that opposition's behaviour was extremely disappointing. That it was extremely disappointing, says Rajnath Singh, and he's in fact posted on social media platform X. So I just quote Rajnath Singh that it is very unfortunate. It was on national achievement. It was about India's, of course, India's respect, India's achievement, and that this is something that they should not have been politicized. In the end, he says that अंतरिक्ष जैसे विषय जो भारत की वैज्ञानिक और सामरिक दृष्टि से 21वीं सदी के भविष्य में अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण है, कम से कम उन्हें दलगत राजनीति से ऊपर रखना चाहिए. He says that this should not have been politicized in the parliament. This is what Rajnath Singh has said. If I could just summarize, and of course, this has a lot of backlash that is unfolding against the opposition. All right, now we shift our focus to more breaking news. This is a face-off unfolding over the vice presidential candidate. The senior DMK leader T.K. Salangovan has said that BJP naming Maharashtra Governor C.P. Radhakrishnan as its candidate for the post of vice president is not going to do anything good to Tamil Nadu. So these are comments coming in. There's already a lot of opposition from the opposition as far as the vice president candidate is concerned of the NDA. DMK now says that Radhakrishnan is an RSS man and he's close to BJP. While the opposition itself has not been able to decide over its own candidate, it's commenting on NDA's candidate for the vice presidential post.
He is an RSS man. He is a BJP candidate. You should see this politically, not as per language. This is a post for a vice president. We already had 2 presidents. R. Venkatram was the president, a Tamilian president, and Abdul Kalam was the president of India. So we had seen presidents. Now they are posting an RSS man. And I don't know, poor man, he has accepted. Why he had accepted? Because they are searching for the former president, vice president who had resigned from his post. They don't know where he is now. That situation should not come to C.P. Radhakrishnan.
Sources tell us that the YSRCP, Jagannath Reddy's YSRCP, is going to back NDA's vice presidential candidate C.P. Radhakrishnan. So there is more support coming in for the NDA pick, C.P. Radhakrishnan. Jagannath Reddy's YSRCP is willing to support support C.P. Radhakrishnan. So this is the breaking news we have right now. We do not have any reaction yet from the TDP though But YSRCP is, as per our sources, backing NDA's Vice Presidential Candidate CP Radhakrishnan, shot in the arm for the NDA as it's a support coming in for the 9th September poll. And Indira bloc is set to meanwhile also hold a meeting at 5 p.m. to close in on their vice presidential candidate. But Jagannath Reddy's YSRCP is set to offer support to the NDA's candidate CP Radhakrishnan. Okay, shifting our focus now, viewers. The rescue operation in Jammu Kashmir's Kishtwar's Chashoti village has entered its 5th day, with over 100 people still missing after a devastating cloudburst. The search efforts are focused on the Langar site, where many are believed to be trapped under the debris and boulders. Here's a report.
It's been 5 days of the rescue operations that are underway in the Chashoti area of the Kishtwar, where a drastic cloudburst incident was reported on the afternoon of 14th of August, when we saw that many people, hundreds of people, came under the debris that came after the flash floods that took place. And now that you can see that the NDRF, along with the CRPF, Jammu and Kashmir Police, and the Indian Army and the BRO, they all have been swung into the actions. With the first light coming into being, the relief and rescue operations have resumed once again here in the Chashoti area of the Kishtwar. The main task of the day continues to be that how these debris can be removed from this very place. You will see the senior officials of the NDRF, including the commanding officer, they are also at the spot monitoring this at the very start of the day. It's just the start of the day, and now the operations have gone into the full swing. So far 61 people have lost their life, while over 100 are said to be missing. The main focus of the authorities continues to be that how to bring out these people outside this very place, how they can bring them out, and how they can ensure that those lives that are still trapped inside this, they can be brought in. And that for the same, you will see a different mechanism is being used. Multiple JCBs have been pressed into the action. The hydraulic drill machines that have also been brought in by the Border Road Organization, and also the NDRF is using their sniper dogs that are specially trained for the purpose. Now more labor is being inducted, those men who can actually dig this very place, so that the additional digging can be done at an earliest. Hundreds of people are on the job here on the 5th day of the relief and the rescue operation that continues in the Chashoti area of Kishtwar after the drastic cloudburst incident. And the main focus of the day remains to be to remove these big boulders and then the debris to find out those alive or the bodies.
All right, so viewers, we slip into a short break, but we'll get you all the latest in the run-up to the meeting between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla. That's scheduled for 5 p.m. at the 7 Lok Kalyan Marg.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा मसाला।
This is Republic Jack Olival Studio. Stay tuned for all the live and breaking news updates. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. Let's get started.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी
सिंपल बनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
How did a bee sting turn into a heart attack? What was the hurry? What was the rush for this? Fine, we didn't. Does my mother not deserve answers? Does my sister not? It's crazy that we have been cut off from our own family. She was made to sign papers which she was unaware of during the grieving period. She was not explained anything. There shouldn't have been an inheritance dispute. Everything was willed to my mother. We've not seen the trust. We've asked for it. My mother's been asking since 2023.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Republic TV with me, Akanksha Khajuri, and just some time, in another few minutes, in fact, Shubhanshu Shukla is going to meet with the Prime Minister at his residence, and we'll keep you updated on that. Let's get started with the headlines first. Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla will meet Prime Minister Modi at 5 o'clock at his residence. Massive twist to Dharmsthala mass burial claim. As per the sources, masked man has admitted to following the group instruction. As India prepares for long-range missile test, United States Navy ship USS Santa Barbara has docked in Colombo. Massive ruckus in Meerut over the assault of an army jawan. Villagers block road, demand action against the accused, in fact, the toll plaza workers.
Considering my mother's alive, she should have been made a non-executive member of the board to keep the legacy and the family a part of it? Or do you think someone who has come into our family now has taken the board without talking to the family, without any discussion, without my mother knowing, it's been announced to us?
Politicizes NDA's VP pick, says RSS push in. Set to in fact arrive in India. High-level meeting with the External Affairs Ministers Jaishankar and the Wall, which is scheduled for later today. IMD issues red alert for Mumbai and Thane amid the incessant rain that has been going on. Heavy waterlogging has been seen at several places. In just some time, we are learning that Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi will be meeting the Prime Minister during his two-day visit to India beginning today. And according to the Ministry of External Affairs, this is a big meeting amid the Trump tariff tirade that has been going on against India. 50% tariff that has been imposed. This also comes just weeks ahead of the Prime Minister's visit to China for the SCO meeting. So we're learning that in just some time, the Foreign Minister of China will be arriving in the national capital, and around 6 o'clock he will be holding meeting with the top leaders of India. But most importantly, he will be meeting Prime Minister during his two-day visit to India that in fact starts today, and it assumes significance as it is taking place just before the Prime Minister's planned trip to China to attend the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, that is SCO meeting there. In fact, what we're learning is that Mr. Wang will be holding separate talks with the External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, National Security Advisor Advisor that could see both the sides deliberate on, in fact, several issues, including the border situation, the trade, the resumption of flight services as well. But this is largely seen as a part of the ongoing efforts by the two neighbors to rebuild their relationship after it came under strain following the Galwan Valley clash in 2020. So border situation, the Trump tariff tantrum that has been throwing, that and the resumption of flight services, all these three and the most important issues will be discussed when, in fact, the Foreign Minister of China will be meeting with the External Affairs Minister, the National Security Advisor, and we are also learning that he will also be meeting with the Prime Minister just a few days ahead of Prime Minister's very crucial meeting to China, planned trip to China to attend the annual summit of SCO. So in just some time, we're learning around 4:15 is when he'll land in India, and around 6 o'clock he will be holding a crucial meeting with the top leaders here in India, Prime Minister, External Affairs Minister and the National Security Advisor. And in fact, all the leaders along with the Foreign Minister of China will deliberate on key issues, including the border situation, the Trump tariff that has been imposed on India, 50%, and resumption of flight services as well. And this is as a part of the ongoing effort by the two countries, India and China, to rebuild the relationship. Remember, it had come under strain after 2020, after that deadly Galwan Valley clash had taken place. So this will be, in a way, a new confidence-building measure for peace and tranquility along the border areas as well. So this is, in fact, seen as a very important meeting that he will be holding with the Indian counterpart, with National Security Advisor and the Prime Minister as well, amid the increasing tensions in India-US relation following President Donald Trump's doubling the tariff on Indian goods to 50% and 25% of which is on the Russian crude oil as well. So we're learning that he will land in the national capital around 4:15 p.m. and then he will be holding a bilateral talk with External Affairs Minister Jaishankar around 6 o'clock. He will also be meeting with National Security Advisor and also the Prime Minister. In fact, as far as the meeting between the National Security Advisor is concerned, that will take place at 11 a.m. tomorrow. So it is going to be a 2-day visit by the Chinese Foreign Minister, and this will be very important. And according to the sources, we are learning that he will be meeting Prime Minister at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg tomorrow. So today he will be meeting, in fact, with the External Affairs Minister, his counterpart, at 6 o'clock tomorrow with National Security Advisor, and most importantly with the Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi. In fact, just a few days before he is going to China to attend the SCO summit. So this holds a lot of important, will help in thawing the relationship between India and China amid the Trump tariff tantrum and in fact the 50% tariff that has been imposed by US on India. Let me go across to my colleague Krutat, who's joining us live on the broadcast. From the
Senior member of the Chinese Politburo, Wang Yi is expected in the national capital of Delhi today. He's on a 2-day visit, and this is a very important meeting of the Chinese Foreign Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, coming in today, he is going to be part of a senior representative level dialogue that takes place between India and China, particularly on the India and China boundary question. This is a level mechanism that was developed between India and China to discuss the border clashes. It had been held in abeyance in a situation after Galwan, and the tensions were high along the eastern border on the Ladakh front. However, last year when there was a BRICS summit held in Kazan, and we saw that historic picture of Russian President Vladimir Putin, Xi Jinping and Prime Minister Narendra Modi all together sitting and sharing a nice evening, following which the next day there was a bilateral talk held between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Chinese President Xi Jinping. This representative level dialogue was once again triggered and brought back into motion. It was the first major development that took place between India and China in which both parties decided to withdraw troops from the line of actual control. The first meeting of this senior representative level dialogue, that was the 23rd meeting, was held last year in the month of December when NSA Ajit Doval had in fact gone to China to have dialogues with Wang Yi. So on the Indian side, it is NSA Ajit Doval who represents the India in the special representative level dialogue. On the Chinese side, it is the Foreign Minister Wang Yi, who is a very, very senior member of the Chinese Communist Party's Politburo and is believed to be very close to Chinese President Xi Jinping. He's been the foreign minister for now the longest of times, and he has been representing China there. So the main purpose of this entire meeting is to take part in the 24th special representative level dialogue, which will take place tomorrow, that is on Tuesday morning, where NSA Ajit Doval will meet the Chinese foreign minister. However, in an interesting turn of events, the Chinese foreign minister will also meet today his Indian counterpart, Dr. S. Jaishankar. This is a massive diplomatic bilateral meeting taking place in the national capital of Delhi. This is in fact Wangi's first visit to India in almost 3 to 4 years. And one of the biggest questions the entire world is asking today is about whether India and China are in fact headed towards normalization of ties. This was also the question that was asked last time when the special representative dialogues were held. But a lot has changed in the last 6 to 8 months since the last talks were held. Obviously, India has had Operation Sindoor, and China's role and direct support to Pakistan, both military intelligence-wise and hardware-wise, under Operation Sindoor had drawn a lot of ire from India. In fact, we also saw Defence Minister Rajnath Singh in the month of June walk away from the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, an organization and grouping specifically designed by the Beijing to bring together regional partners in Asia. Rajnath Singh walked out of there because the Chinese counterparts and Pakistanis could not agree on the joint declaration that had some strong wordage on condemning Pakistan-sponsored cross-border terrorism. But look at how the tables have turned. In just 3 months' time from now, just later this month, in around 29th and 30th, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is expected to visit Tianjin in China to attend the SCO Leaders Summit. And it all started in the month of July when External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar went to Beijing. Also for the Shanghai Cooperative Organization External Affairs Ministers meetings. And during that time, we saw Dr. Jaishankar also meet Chinese President Xi Jinping as part of the delegation of the foreign ministers, meeting the host country's president there, where Dr. Jaishankar also had a meeting with the vice premier there. And since then, we have seen a bilateral shift in the ties since the trade tariff war with US came into picture. It all changed dramatically in the first week of August when Trump announced secondary sanctions on India's oil imports from Russia, and China surprisingly took a stand for India. Obviously, China and India have mutual concerns in this regard. China also bears a heavy brunt on the trade tariff front with the United States, although it is held now suspended for another 90 days as the US is extremely scared to tariff China, as it would have a direct impact on its retail inflation back home due to its higher dependency of volumes of trade and the trade deficit that the United States has with China. But at the same time, China also happens to be the largest importer of Russian oil. And under such a circumstance, United States' duplicity has been openly and resoundingly called out, not just by India, but by Beijing as well, at a time where they are being reluctant to tax and tariff Beijing. But India is emerging as one of the biggest collateral damages in this entire Ukraine conflict, which is why this bilateral meeting with Dr. S. Jaishankar today, the China and India posturing and the tango of elephant and the dragon is something that will be keenly watched, ladies and gentlemen, today. But big meetings coming in today in the national capital of Delhi as Chinese foreign minister for the first time in 3 years arriving in New Delhi.
Absolutely. So all eyes will be on that meeting. Stay on with us. I'm also joined by Chandrakala, who's been tracking these details very closely. Chandrakala, we're learning that, in fact, the Chinese foreign minister is all set to land in India in just some time. What will be on agenda when he speaks to his counterpart, to the Prime Minister and also National Security Advisor? All right, we'll try and fix that line with my colleague Chandrakala. But for now, we're moving on to another story that we're tracking. Explosive claim by Ukrainian President Zelensky ahead of the meeting with Donald Trump. Ukrainian President Zelensky has said that Russians are attacking Kharkiv and several other regions of Ukraine, destroying residential buildings and the civilian infra. He further said that Russians are deliberately killing people, particularly children. The Ukrainian president also claimed that 7 people have been killed as a result of the drone strike in Kharkiv, the youngest being a girl who is only 1.5 years old, and dozens have been injured, including children. And this is in fact a comment that has come in just ahead, few hours ahead of his meeting with Donald Trump. Now he has said that 7 people have been killed in several regions of Ukraine. Coming back to you, Krutharth, this statement is quite important, just coming just few hours ahead of that crucial meeting with Donald Trump. Give us more details about this.
Indeed, and this is a repeated tactic now employed by Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. Ahead of key meetings, we also saw on 15th of August when the Alaska summit was ongoing, he had made an allegation that even as negotiations are ongoing on the tables of Alaska, Russian war machine is plummeting on the border to the Ukrainian forces. And something similar, he has made an allegation today. He's saying that the Russian forces strikes in Kherson, Zaporizhia, Kharkiv, Sumy and all these regions, Odessa, including an oil refinery there owned by Azerbaijani owners, have been targeted targeted. He's also claimed that multiple people have died in airstrikes. Around 20 people have been injured and 3 people have lost their lives in Zaporizhzhia after missile strikes. So these are some very stunning allegations now being made with Volodymyr Zelensky putting out almost a live update of the war situation going on the front, trying to draw the gravity of the situation as negotiations are expected to take place in Washington DC today with a massive show of strength. In fact, Zelensky also finds a mention of that in his address, in the message that he has put out. He says that today the leaders from the United Kingdom, France, Germany, Italy, Finland, European Union and NATO will participate in a conversation in Washington. It is an emerging theme that we have seen increasingly since the February debacle of Volodymyr Zelensky in the Oval Office, that European leaders have often acted as mediators and interlocutors vis-a-vis the conversations that take place between Kiev and Washington. This time in person as well, all these leaders in a massive show of strength of the European bloc together, showing solidarity with Volodymyr Zelensky and accompanying him in Washington DC as he's all set to meet President Donald Trump tonight, and we'll be tracking all those developments live and breaking here exclusively, reporting live from Washington. But ladies and gentlemen, these are some very crucial updates coming in just hours after US President Donald Trump put out a message that giving back annexed Crimea that had gone back all the way in 2014 under the Obama administration. At the same time, NATO membership for Ukraine are 2 non-negotiable red lines that he is not willing to cross, something that the Russians have reiterated over and over again. So at a time when Trump has sort of taken a pro-Putin, pro-Russia line, Zelensky, with the power of the entire European bloc today, will be landing in Washington in an attempt to persuade Trump to come to the other side, back to the NATO side, back to the European bloc side in the negotiations as the balance is now tipped. Putin's standing offer continues to remain. Next time in Moscow, whether Trump will agree for a meeting in Moscow with Putin, whether it will be a trilateral and Zelensky will finally find a seat at the table, all of those questions will be answered, ladies and gentlemen, tonight when we are live and breaking. But that's the latest we are tracking at the moment, Akansha.
Absolutely. In just few hours, there's going to be that very crucial meeting between Donald Trump and Zelensky. And we're learning that European key leaders will also be part of that meeting. Stay on with us. In fact, we have another breaking news coming in. European nations are building pressure on the United States just before this very crucial meeting between Zelensky and Donald Trump tonight. German Foreign Minister has called for stepped-up pressure on Russia, including more aid for Ukraine to push Moscow into concession towards just and lasting peace. Several such statements have come in from key European leaders. They are seeking ceasefire. So, Krutat, on one hand, Zelensky as well as the key European leaders, they are asking for ceasefire as far as the Russia-Ukraine war is concerned. But a statement, a very interesting one, came in from Donald Trump just yesterday, wherein he said that ceasefires don't hold up. This is a time for a direct peace agreement.
Indira, and these are serious negotiations there, and we can see the gravity of this entire situation. On August 15th, when we were live and breaking, we broke the news first that Trump has said that he is going to brief all the European nations together after the meeting with President Trump, and that is what was decided. Initially, if you look at the chronology of events, it was Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky who was only supposed to travel alone to Washington, D.C. to have this conversation with President Trump vis-a-vis the updates that have come out of the Alaska summit. And clearly, there were certain details that were discussed because we immediately saw that when President Putin went back to Kremlin, he held a massive meeting where he briefed the entire cabinet together on the updates of the discussions that took place in Alaska, and he particularly was very happy because he said that all the concerns of Russia have been directly addressed and the US was very sympathetic and they did hear Russia's concerns and security concerns out. So after that, the chronology of events also shows us that Trump also took a pro-Putin line on this thing, that 2 clear red lines that he showed were that Crimea cannot be given back to Ukraine under any circumstance, and second, that Ukraine's NATO membership is completely out of question. So it also shows that the European bloc right now coming together along with Zelensky is only a massive show of strength for 2 major reasons. First, the first negotiation tactic that Donald Trump can employ is cutting back military aid and support to Ukraine. Under such a circumstance, we have seen statements made from the United Kingdom and various other European allies saying that they are ready to commit more resources to help Ukraine if US backs down. In fact, UK even going so further to say that they are ready to put boots on the ground and send soldiers also inside Ukraine if Ukraine needs any help. Something that the United States has never claimed and something that European nations in the 3 years of the war in Ukraine have never done. So what the European nations are trying to do today is show absolute support to Trump, that Trump cannot bully Zelensky under any terms of a treaty that are not favorable to the European bloc's entire interests, at the same time Ukraine's interests. It's a big game of chess right now being played. On the table today will be Donald Trump on one side and the entire continent of Europe on the other.
Absolutely. So Zelensky will come in with his European backers. But on the other hand, we have a breaking news coming in. It appears that Russian president is also also looking for support. Just a while back, he held a telephonic conversation with the South African president and he briefed him on the key outcomes of the high-level Russian-American talks that took place 3 days back in Alaska between Donald Trump and Russian President Putin. In fact, the South African president expressed support for the diplomatic efforts aimed at peaceful settlement of the Ukrainian crisis in conversation with Russian President. So, Kurtat, it appears that after Zelensky has his European backers. Now, Putin is also looking for support as far as the entire conversation on Ukraine-Russia war is concerned. Just a while back, he spoke with the South African president.
Indira, Kancha, and it is all recalibration and optics. On one hand, you have the European bloc visiting Washington and trying to build the old NATO-European anti-Russia axis sort of a connection there. At the same time, a very tactical call today to Cyril Ramaphosa, the Prime Minister, beg your pardon, of South Africa. And it is very interesting because just last week we saw that President Putin had dialed Prime Minister Modi. At the same time, Brazil's President Lula had also dialed Prime Minister Narendra Modi, two key members of the BRICS nations. At the same time, today the Chinese Foreign Minister is going to be in the national capital of New Delhi. At the same time, now Russia calling South Africa, all 5 founding members of the BRICS, which is largely perceived by Donald Trump and the United States as an anti-US de-dollarization kind of a grouping, are now coming together and actively holding conversations. In fact, this call to Cyril Ramaphosa also goes just a week after Brazilian President Lula, who's at the moment the chair of the BRICS nations, said that he's even willing to hold a virtual summit of the BRICS. Now, why is this important? Is because earlier this year for the BRICS summit, we saw 2 people were missing in action. Chinese President Xi Jinping did not travel to Rio de Janeiro. Prime Minister Modi was, of course, there. And President Putin, because of the international warrant issued against him by the ICC, could not travel. So because of these reasons, the BRICS member nations did have a meeting, a leaders summit, but 2 of them were missing in action. Now, talks are emerging about a virtual summit, perhaps, where all 5 nations can come together and have a chat in light of the tariff threats, because if you see, Brazil and India are 2 of the jointly highest tariff nations in the world. South African president was also summoned to the Oval Office, where he was given a very similar treatment to how Zelensky was almost shown down upon or talked down upon. Obviously, Russia and US are in high tension negotiations, and China is impending in middle of a massive trade war with the United States as well. So all the BRICS nations are now backed into a corner, a grouping that was largely seen as symbiotic and a symbolic relationship, which has seen much expansion in the recent days, now is emerging as a very essential power grouping of the times that we live in. And today's call of President Putin to South African counterpart cannot be seen in isolation in the grand scheme of things that are happening. But surely Washington must be closely monitoring these conversations that have escalated rapidly in the last 2 weeks, 3 weeks of August, as we have seen after the tariff escalation by Washington.
Absolutely. So all eyes will be on that crucial meeting between Donald Trump and Zelensky today. Remember, the last time he went to the Oval Office, he was publicly berated. So it remains to be seen what really happens tonight. Thank you, Kruthat, for all the details. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this. Now, shifting our focus to Jammu and Kashmir, the rescue operation in Kishtwar's Chasoti village has entered the 5th day with over 100 people still missing after the devastating cloudburst that took place last week. The search efforts are focused on the Langar side, where many are believed to be trapped right now under the debris and the boulders. Hesmo.
It's been 5 days of the rescue operations that are underway in the Chashoti area of the Kishtwar, where a drastic cloudburst incident was reported on the afternoon of 14th of August, when we saw that many people, hundreds of people, came under the debris that came after the flash floods that took place. And now that you can see that the NDRF, along with the CRPF, Jammu and Kashmir Police, and the Indian Army and the BRO, they all have been swung into the actions. With the first light coming into being, the relief and rescue operations have resumed once again here in the Chashoti area of the Kishtwar. The main task of the day continues to be that how these debris can be removed from this very place. You will see the senior officials of the NDRF, including the commanding officer, they are also at the spot monitoring this at the very start of the day. It's just the start of the day, and now the operations have gone into the full swing. So far, 61 people have lost their life, while over 100 are said to be missing. The main focus of the authorities continues to be that how to bring out these people outside this very place, how they can bring them out, and how they can ensure that those lives that are still trapped inside this, they can be brought in. And that for the same, you will see a different mechanism is being used. Multiple JCBs have been pressed into the action. The hydraulic drill machines that have also been brought in by the Border Road Organization, and also the NDRF is using their sniper dogs that are specially trained for the purpose. Now more labor is being inducted, those men who can actually dig this this very place so that the additional digging can be done at an earliest. Hundreds of people are on the job here on the first day of the relief and the rescue operation that continues in the Chashoti area of Kishtwar after the drastic cloudburst incident, and the main focus of the day remains to be to remove these big boulders and then the debris to find out those alive or the bodies.
And with this, we're taking a very short break. Coming up on the other side, we'll tell you about this very shocking news that has come in from Meerut. An army Jawan assaulted there. And also on the other side, red alert has been given for Mumbai and several places around it. At several places, the water logging has been witnessed. We'll get you more details on this as well after this very short break. Stay with us.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
How did a bee sting turn into a heart attack? What was the hurry? What was the rush for this? Fine, we didn't. Does my mother not deserve answers? Does my sister not? It's crazy that we have been cut off from our own family. She was made to sign papers which she was unaware of during the grieving period. She was not explained anything. There shouldn't have been an inheritance dispute. Everything was willed to my mother. We've not seen the trust. We've asked for it. My mother's been asking since 2023. We've not seen the trust. So how can I tell you about what clause says what?
Today at Republic, we are going to dive into a gripping story of loss and suspicion surrounding the death of Sanjay Kapoor, the chairman of Sona Comstar, on 12th June. A UK coroner's report claims that the death happened due to natural causes, while the mother, Rani Kapoor, alleges foul play, citing forged documents and possibility of a transnational conspiracy. Joining me today exclusively is Sanjay Kapoor's sister, Indira Kapoor. Thank you, Ms. Kapoor, for speaking to us. First of all, I'd like to begin with saying how sorry we are for your loss, Ms. Kapoor. Before we begin with the interview, I really want to know what kind of bond you shared with Mr. Kapoor, what it was like, what he was like as a sibling brother.
He was always funny, always entered a room and commanded attention, didn't demand it, but it just happened naturally.
Priya Sachdeva being assigned the role of the director there at Sona BLA, do you think there was more of a forceful takeover of the board?
Considering my mother's alive, she should have been made a non-executive member of the board to keep the legacy and the family a part of it? Or do you think someone who has come into our family now has taken the board without talking to the family, without any discussion, without my mother knowing? It's been announced to us.
Hi guys, just wanted to tell you that Republic Media Sports, our 4 sports, is not just about sport. It's about heart, discipline and untold dreams. Stories that need national stage. And I fully support this initiative and invite you all to be a part of this. So stay tuned for our 4 sports and let's cheer together.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे.
On 12th of June, when the news broke of Sanjay Kapoor's passing away, the initial few reports suggested that it was due to the bee sting. Now, when the UK coroner's report was made public in the public domain, it suggests more vaguely towards a chronic disease, chronic heart disease. So, how do you find this gap between the initial few claims and now what the report has to suggest?
So to start with, we told a bee sting, which we've always wondered how a bee went into his throat while he was riding, and Mum kept asking when he's wearing a helmet, how has a bee gone in? So that was the first bit of confusion we had. We unfortunately got the report from the media. We weren't given the report directly in our hand. It's come as a shock that he died of a heart attack, because from what I've heard, he did have his heart checked out, and he had 40% of an artery blocked, which is not a big deal. And the thing is, the family that we come from, my father made sure we had a blood test every 6 months, even when we were in...
Hello and welcome. You're watching Republic TV with me, Akanksha Khajuri. And just another half an hour, Shubhanshu Shukla, space hero, will be meeting with the Prime Minister at his residence to brief him about his EXIM 4 mission and also tell him about his plans as far as the upcoming Gaganyaan mission is concerned. And we will keep you updated on that. Let's start with the headlines first. Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla will be meeting Prime Minister at 5 o'clock at his residence in the national capital. There's a massive twist to Dharmasthala mass burial claim. As per the sources, the man in mask has admitted to the following group's instructions. As India prepares for long-range missile test, United States Navy ship USS Santa Barbara has docked in Colombo. Massive ruckus in Meerut over assault of an army jawan. Villagers block road, demand action on the accused toll plaza workers.
Considering my mother's alive, she should have been made a non-executive member of the board to keep the legacy and the family a part of it? Or do you think someone who has come into our family now has taken the board without talking to the family, without any discussion, without my mother knowing, it's been announced to us?
Huge inheritance battle has exploded after Sanjay Kapoor's death. Sister Indira has said that she and her mother have been sidelined. Opposition politicizes NDA's VP pick, says RSS push in another constitutional position. Chinese Foreign Minister will be arriving in the national capital shortly. High-level meeting with the External Affairs Minister and National Security Advisor scheduled for today and tomorrow. IMD issues red alert from Mumbai and Thane amid the incessant rains that have been going on. Heavy waterlogging has been seen at several places. In fact, we have breaking news coming in. As far as the Dharmasthala mass burial case is concerned, we are learning that SIT, that is the Special Investigation Team, will be stopping the evacuation process till it gets the DNA analysis. And this is the big breaking news that we are getting for you. After the man in mask, remember the person who has filed the complaint, he has admitted that he was following a group's instruction. And after that, we are learning that the probe and the probe that was going on in this case will be stopped until it gets the DNA analysis in this entire case. We're learning that the excavation process will be stopped until the SIT gets the DNA analysis. Remember, in the last few weeks, several skulls and bones have been recovered from the spot as far as the Dharmasthala case is concerned. But till the team gets the DNA analysis done, till then, SIT will be stopping the excavation process. And remember, we told you about the massive twist in this case as well after the man in mask. The person who has filed the complaint in this case, the person that you can see on the screen as well, well. He has claimed that he was following a group's instruction. He has in fact said that he was asked to file a complaint and move ahead by a group. He has not named the group so far, but this is what he has mentioned to the SIT team. But the big breaking news that we are getting for you is that the excavation process will be stopped till the DNA analysis of all the bones in the skulls that have been recovered from the spot will be done. In fact, there's a massive twist to the mass burial claim. As per the sources, the man in mask has admitted to following a group's instruction. After his claims, now Karnataka Home Minister G. Parmeshwar has spoke on the floor of the assembly. He has said that the kingpin behind the masked man in the Dharamstala mass burial case will be booked under the law.
ಸುನಿಲ್ ಅವರು ನೀವೇನೇ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ನಾನೇನು ಉದ್ವೇಗಕ್ಕೆ ಒಳಗಾಗೋಲ್ಲ ಆಯ್ತಾ. ಆ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಯನ್ನ ದೊಡ್ಡವನ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಬೇಡ. ಆ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿ ಮೇಲೆ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ 16 ಕೇಸ್ಗಳಿದ್ದಾವೆ. ನಾವು ಖಂಡಿತವಾಗಿ ಅವನಿಗಾಗಲೇ ಕ್ರಮ ತಗೋಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಸೂಚನೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಆದಷ್ಟು ತಕ್ಷಣ ಅವನ ಮೇಲೆ ಕ್ರಮವನ್ನ ತಗೊಳ್ಳೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಆದ್ರಿಂದ ಯಾರನ್ನ ಇಂಥ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳನ್ನ ಸಮಾಜದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಿಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯನೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಕಾನೂನು ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿರೋದೇ ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ. ಆ ಕಾನೂನನ್ನ ಚಲಾಯಿಸ್ತೀವಿ, ಅವನಿಗೇನು ಶಿಕ್ಷೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕೋ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಯಾವ ಮುಲಾಜಿಲ್ದೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಸುನಿಲ್ ಅವರು ನೀವೇನೇ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ನಾನೇನು ಉದ್ವೇಗಕ್ಕೆ ಒಳಗಾಗೋಲ್ಲ ಆಯ್ತಾ. ಆ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಯನ್ನ ದೊಡ್ಡವನ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಬೇಡ. ಆ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿ ಮೇಲೆ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ 16 ಕೇಸ್ಗಳಿದ್ದಾವೆ. ನಾವು ಖಂಡಿತವಾಗಿ ಅವನಿಗಾಗಲೇ ಕ್ರಮ ತಗೋಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಸೂಚನೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಆದಷ್ಟು ತಕ್ಷಣ ಅವನ ಮೇಲೆ ಕ್ರಮವನ್ನ ತಗೊಳ್ಳೋದಕ್ಕೆ.
And now shifting our focus to the visit of the Chinese Foreign Minister to the national capital in just some time. And just ahead of that meeting and the visit, the Chinese Foreign Ministry has issued a statement ahead of that crucial meeting. China has said that it is willing to work together with the Indian side, keen on implementing consensus reached by the leaders. China for maintaining momentum on of the high-level exchanges. And in fact, Chinese Foreign Ministry has also said that it wants to enhance the political mutual trust between India and China. So very crucial statement that has come in just few minutes ahead of the visit of the Chinese Foreign Minister to India. As we've been telling you, at 4:15, around 4:30 he was to land in the national capital. Around 6 o'clock he will be meeting with his counterpart External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, and after that tomorrow he will be meeting with the National Security Advisor and then with the Prime Minister as well. And that is very important because Prime Minister is also going to visit China in just another 2 weeks for the crucial SCO meeting. And now the statement that has come in from the Chinese Foreign Ministry, and very important because it has been mentioned that China wants to enhance the political mutual trust. In fact, it is keen on implementing consensus reached by the leaders as well. In fact, I'm joined by Jabanti Jacob, Chinese foreign policy expert. Thanks so much, sir, for speaking to Republic TV. In just some time, the foreign minister is going to come, and this is very important because there's been a strained relationship between India and China in the last 5 years. Now, with the Prime Minister also going to China in another few weeks and the Chinese foreign minister also coming here, how would you assess this?
I think this meeting between the special representatives on the boundary issue is part of what our government has been calling the normalization process. Mr. Wangi is returning the visit of Mr. Doval to China in December 2024. At that meeting between the special representatives, certain measures were taken, which is, the opening of the Kailash Mansarovar Yatra, for example, and expectations of other steps such as the sharing of river water data, the opening of direct flights, restarting of direct flights, etc., were also talked about. However, I think even though this is actually a meeting between special representatives on the boundary issue, we should not really expect much forward movement on the boundary question. I think disengagement is probably as far as we will get, from what happened in 2020. Other issues such as de-escalation, the de-induction of troops, all of that, I think are expectations that will very unlikely to be met in this particular meeting. Right now, I think this is just setting the ground for the Prime Minister's visit to Tianjin at the end of this month for the SCO summit.
Absolutely. And I want to understand from you, how will India balance the fact that, remember, after Operation Sindoor, India had said that China was the one supporting Pakistan as far as its strike is concerned. And now there's a thaw in the relationship. How do you think India is handling as far as the balance in these two things are concerned?
So I think that really is the issue here. Right. Frankly, India is without options right now. Given the international situation, Mr. Trump and his tariffs against India have been a shock, I think, to the Indian government. And that leaves us with even less options. We have no choice but to open up to the Chinese economically. And the Chinese are also making use of this moment to sort of mend fences, as it were, to make it look like India and China are together so that their position against the Americans becomes stronger. So we have this revival of the SCO, the BRICS meetings and so on, where India and China are again sort of at least engaging. But overall, I think this is, none of this is to say that the fundamental contradictions or the problems in the India-China relationship are about to go away. I think this is just a temporary sort of situation.
करने वाले परिवार ये मिलकर के संवैधानिक संस्थाओं को जो चोर घोषित करने का काम कर रहे हैं, ये आपत्तिजनक है। कल इलेक्शन कमीशन ऑफ इंडिया ने, चुनाव आयोग ने एक प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस किया, तमाम आयोग के सदस्य बैठे थे और मैं कहूंगा कि पॉइंट बाय पॉइंट टेक्निकल रिबटल उन्होंने दिया है। टेक्निकल, किस प्रकार से एसआईआर होता है, एसआईआर क्यों होता है। बिहार में 20 वर्ष पहले एसआईआर इंटेंसिव रिवीजन हुआ था, 20 वर्ष के बाद 2003 के बाद पुनः हो रहा है। जिन लोगों के मन में प्रश्न था कि अभी क्यों हो रहा है चुनाव से कुछ महीनों पहले, तो उसका भी जवाब दिया गया कि 20 साल पहले जो हुआ था उस समय का कालखंड भी चुनाव का कालखंड ही था, उस समय ही हुआ था, उस समय किसी की आपत्ति नहीं थी। क्यों जीरो एड्रेस होता है, क्या जीरो एड्रेस होता है, एक ही एड्रेस में अनेक नाम क्यों होते हैं। 1966 से लेकर 1977, 1981 सभी रिवीजन्स के उदाहरण दिए गए हैं। आज अखबारों में भी छपा हुआ है कि जीरो एड्रेस क्यों होता है। ये सारे टेक्निकल विषय पे इलेक्शन कमीशन ने विस्तार से जवाब दिया, मगर जो ना समझे उसको समझाया नहीं जा सकता है। जो ना समझे वो अनाड़ी ही है। ये अपने आप को खिलाड़ी समझते हैं मगर वो हैं अनाड़ी, और कुछ नहीं उनका होने वाला है। वो समझना नहीं चाहते हैं, वो चाहते हैं कि यहां पर अफरा तफरी का माहौल बने, हिंदुस्तान में अफरा तफरी का माहौल बने, एक कैओटिक सिचुएशन बने और अफरा तफरी में किस प्रकार से उन्हें कुछ राजनीतिक लाभ मिले, ये उनका प्रयास है। आज मैं देख रहा था अनेक पॉलिटिकल पार्टी के लोग बैठकर प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस कर रहे थे। मेरा सवाल है इन तमाम पॉलिटिकल पार्टी के रिप्रेजेंटेटिव्स से और उनके पार्टी के नेताओं से, क्या आपकी खंडपीठ बड़ी है या सुप्रीम कोर्ट की खंडपीठ बड़ी है? जब सुप्रीम कोर्ट में किसी विषय पर सुनवाई हो रही है, जब सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने एसआईआर पर रोक नहीं लगाया है, तो आप कौन सी खंडपीठ है? ये कौन सी खंडपीठ है जो आके 7 लोग बैठ गए और आपने घोषणा कर दी कि चोरी हो रही है? यह दिखाता है कि संवैधानिक संस्थाओं के प्रति कितनी संवेदनशीलता आप में है, या यूं कहिए कि कितनी संवेदनशीलता नहीं है। आप खिलवाड़ करते हैं संवैधानिक संस्थाओं के साथ, और केवल इलेक्शन कमीशन, चुनाव आयोग के साथ ही खिलवाड़ किया हो ऐसा नहीं है। ऐसी कोई संवैधानिक संस्था भारतवर्ष में नहीं है जिसके विरोध में कांग्रेस पार्टी, राहुल गांधी, गांधी परिवार और गांधी परिवार के इर्द गिर्द घूम रहे बाकी पारिवारिक पार्टी जो है उन्होंने हमला न किया हो। राम मंदिर का जब वर्डिक्ट आया था। याद करिए, ये वही लोग हैं जिन्होंने सुप्रीम कोर्ट तक उंगली उठा दिया था। उस समय सुप्रीम कोर्ट की तरफ उंगली दिखा करके बायसनेस कहा था इन्होंने कि ये सुप्रीम कोर्ट भी कहीं ना कहीं लगता है बायस्ड है। उस समय आर्टिकल छपते थे सुप्रीम कोर्ट के विरोध में, जजेस के खिलाफ। ये वही लोग हैं जिन्होंने आर्मी के चीफ, भारत के आर्मी के चीफ को सड़क का गुंडा तक कहने की हिमायत की थी। ये वही लोग हैं जो एयर स्ट्राइक, सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के पश्चात जो आर्मी के ऊपर भी हमला करने से नहीं बचते हैं, नहीं कतराते हैं और सबूत डिमांड करते हैं, एविडेंस मांगते हैं। आप सोच के देखिए, आर्मी को नहीं छोड़ते, सुप्रीम कोर्ट को नहीं छोड़ते, इलेक्शन कमीशन को नहीं छोड़ते, कौन सी ऐसी संस्था है जिसको इन्होंने छोड़ा है? इनको लगता था और अभी भी लगता है कि सत्ता पे बैठना ये इनका जन्मसिद्ध अधिकार है। सत्ता उनको सिंहासन दिखता है। उनको लगता है ये जो प्रधानमंत्री की कुर्सी है ये सिंहासन है और सिंहासन विरासत से मिलती है। नहीं, सिंहासन विरासत से नहीं मिलती है, सेवा से मिलती है। और आज जो खंडपीठ बैठी थी, ये जो पॉलिटिशियंस की खंडपीठ बैठी थी, उनमें से एक पॉलिटिशियन कह रही थी कि लोकसभा को भंग कर देना चाहिए। अरे पहले आप तो रिजाइन करो। लोकसभा को भंग कर देना चाहिए। जब से माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी प्रधानमंत्री हैं, तब से ममता बनर्जी जी, उससे पहले से हैं, मगर ममता बनर्जी तो तब से हटी नहीं है सत्ता से। बंगाल के विधानसभा में ममता बनर्जी आसीन है। क्यों नहीं ममता बनर्जी अपने विधानसभा, जो कि उसका चुनाव इलेक्शन कमीशन के अंतर्गत ही हुआ है, क्या उन्होंने कभी कहा कि हमें खंडित कर देना चाहिए, हमें भंग कर देना है बंगाल के विधानमंडल को, विधानसभा को? तेलंगाना, कर्नाटक, जहां पर कांग्रेस की सरकार है, क्या कांग्रेस पार्टी भंग कर देगी? भंग कर दीजिए। इसी इलेक्शन कमीशन ने कराया है चुनाव। आपको अगर लगता है अनफेयर है तो आप भंग कर दीजिए। देखिए, इलेक्शन कमीशन इनको चिट्ठी पर चिट्ठी लिखती है, इलेक्शन कमीशन इनको ईमेल पर ईमेल भेजती है कि आइए हमसे चर्चा करिए। एक दिन इलेक्शन कमीशन के पास नहीं जाते। इलेक्शन कमीशन ने कहा 45 दिन का समय होता है। ये इलेक्शन कमीशन क्या कहेगी, ये भारत का संविधान कहता है 45 दिन का समय होता है। आपको अगर लगता है आपके विधानसभा में, आपके लोकसभा में गड़बड़ी हुई है, जिसके कारण से विपक्ष का प्रतियोगी जीत गया है, विपक्ष का कैंडिडेट जीत गया है, तो 45 दिन के अंदर कोर्ट की शरण में जाइए, आप जाके रिट पिटीशन करिए।
So Election Commission versus Rahul Gandhi has escalated. We'll get you more details on this. But for now, we're shifting our focus in a cleanup drive in Assam's Biswanath. 55 acres of land was freed from illegal encroachment, and this comes as part of the Chief Minister's initiative to reclaim the land from the illegal settlers, with the government pledging to protect every inch of the land as far as Assam is concerned. Here's a quick report.
Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma has been leading a robust anti-encroachment drive across the state, with the latest effort freeing 55 acres of land in Biswanath. This initiative is part of a broader campaign to reclaim land from illegal settlers, with the government pledging to protect every inch of Assam's territory. Sarma also emphasized the government's commitment to making Assam's land free from encroachers. In a statement on X, the Assam CM said, and I quote, "Another day, another cleanup drive, 55 acres of land freed from illegal encroachment in Biswanath, continuing a crackdown against such illegal settlers." Assam CM Himanta Biswa Sarma also reiterated his promise of freeing every inch of Assam's land from encroachers.
And now shifting our focus, it's a Republic TV super exclusive. Sanjay Kapoor's sister Indira Kapoor has broken her silence. She has demanded full transparency around her brother's sudden death, including access to the medical records as well as official reports, and laments how her mother was sidelined from the company that she helped build. Mandira also says that she first learned about the autopsy report through media coverage rather than directly, and questions how a healthy and a fit man could die of a sudden heart attack under such a circumstance. She also accused the board of excluding the family, coercing signatures during their grief and letting the family's legacy slip away while offering no answers. Listen to what she said.
On 12th of June, when the news broke of Sanjay Kapoor's passing away, the initial few reports suggested that it was due to the bee sting. Now, when the UK coroner's report was made public in the public domain, it suggests more vaguely towards a chronic disease, chronic heart disease. So, how do you find this gap between the initial few claims and now what the report has to suggest?
So, to start with, we were told a bee sting, which we've always wondered how a bee went into his throat while he was riding, and Mum kept asking when he's wearing a helmet, how has a bee gone in? So that was the first bit of confusion we had. We unfortunately got the report from the media. We weren't given the report directly in our hand. It's come as a shock that he died of a heart attack, because from what I've heard, he did have his heart checked out, and he had 40% of an artery blocked, which is not a big deal. And the thing is, the family that we come from, my father made sure we had a blood test every 6 months, even when we were in school. So as adults, we've carried that on not only with us, but with our families. We are very health conscious. We have constant checkups. I refuse to believe my brother had not had a proper checkup, and I don't believe he had any heart disease. So for me to suddenly hear my brother's died of a heart attack, who's healthy, who exercises every day, the guy never ate ketchup. McDonald's was out of the question. No ketchup, no sodas, no nothing. Worked out every day, did yoga. You know, it's insane for me to say yes and be like, yeah, I'm okay with it. I'm not, because from a bee sting, it's gone to a heart attack, and someone needs to explain this to the family. Someone needs to give us an explanation on how. And how has this come about? How did a bee sting turn into a heart attack? And how, when you have such a healthy guy, it just doesn't make sense to us.
And meanwhile, Republic TV had earlier spoken to the lawyer of Sanjay Kapoor's mother, Vaibhav Gagar. Listen into what he said.
Written to the board of directors and the shareholders, where she's requested that the meeting today, which is being held, as I understand, be deferred by at least 2 weeks. So, and that the company cooperate with her, so that she can access all details and then present all the facts and make a reasoned decision as to how the family legacy should be taken forward. Who should be the representative of the family? It should not, according to her, be someone or anyone without her tacit consent. And that's what she's requested the board and the shareholders.
Now, shifting our focus, NDA flow leaders meeting to be held today at 6 o'clock at the Union Minister Prahlad Joshi's residence over vice presidential election is what we are learning. This is breaking input coming as far as the vice presidential polls are concerned. The NDA flow leader meeting will be held today. Remember, yesterday the NDA picked CP Radhakrishnan as the vice presidential candidate. The opposition is yet to select their own candidate for this. But the last date for filing the nomination is day after tomorrow. So this holds a lot of importance. So before that, we're learning that in just some time, NDA floor leaders will be meeting today at the residence of Union Minister Prahlad Joshi over the vice presidential election. And it remains to be seen what really will be discussed as far as this meeting is concerned. NDA has already picked its candidate, that is Radhakrishnan there, you can see on the screen. In fact, he is from South. He is currently, in fact, the governor of Maharashtra. He served as the governor for Telangana, for Hyderabad. He has been with the RSS for long. He is a two-time MP from South as well. So it remains to be seen who, in fact, the opposition parties select as far as this VP election is concerned. But this crucial meeting is all set to take place as far as NDA is concerned at 6 o'clock at the residence of Union Minister Prahlad Joshi. Now let's get you the top national stories of the day in under 5 minutes. The Bharatiya Janata Party has issued a 3-line whip for the OBC committee election and has directed all the MPs to attend the elections on August 19, 2025. Voting will take place from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. in the room number 63 of Samvidhan Sadan. On being asked if the opposition parties are going to bring an impeachment motion against CEC Gyanesh Kumar, Congress Rajya Sabha MP Syed Nasir Hussain has said that if there is a need, we will use all the weapons of democracy under the rules. We have not had any discussion on this yet.
इसी में जो भी हथकंडे हैं, जो भी वेपन्स हैं, जो भी हम इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं, जो भी रूल्स के तहत इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं, वो इस्तेमाल करने रेडी होते हैं जरूरत पड़ी तो। अभी कोई बात हुई नहीं है, लेकिन जरूरत पड़ी तो हम कुछ भी कर सकते हैं।
5 people died and 4 others injured after a chariot came into contact with the live electric wires during a Janmashtami procession in Telangana. The Bharatiya Janata Party has expressed condolences to the family members of those who lost their lives and demanded the Congress Party to make all the arrangements for the funeral and extend the relief compensation too.
Krishna Janmashtami celebrations yesterday, the chariot was taking in a procession where Lord Krishna has idol has been installed, and that it was taking in a procession. The chariot came into contact with the hanging wires, loose hanging wires, which led to electrification, and 5 people have died and 4 people have been injured. The Bharatiya Janata Party expresses a deep condolences to the family members of the people who have died.
And with this, we're taking a very short break. Coming up on the other side, we'll get you details about the massive ruckus in Meerut over the assault of an army jawan. Villagers have blocked the road and they're demanding action on the toll plaza workers. We'll also get you updates on the red alert in Mumbai and Thane amid the incessant rains. Heavy waterlogging was seen at several places. This and much more on the other side. Stay with us.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये ही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
I choose a world where we care and we dare to love. I choose a world where we dream and the limit is the sky. And this world is my home where I'm living my best life.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics.
Living my best life.
Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
How did a bee sting turn into a heart attack? What was the hurry? What was the rush for this? Fine, we didn't. Does my mother not deserve answer?
Priya Sachdeva being assigned the role of the director there at Sona BLA. Do you think there was more of a forceful takeover of the board?
Considering my mother's alive, she should have been made a non-executive member of the board to keep the legacy and the family a part of it? Or do you think someone who has come into our family now has taken the board without talking to the family, without any discussion, without my mother knowing, it's been announced to us?
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
How did a bee sting turn into a heart attack? What was the hurry? What was the rush for this? Fine, we didn't. Does my mother not deserve answers? Does my sister not? It's crazy that we have been cut off from our own family. She was made to sign papers which she was unaware of during the grieving period. She was not explained anything. There shouldn't have been an inheritance dispute. Everything was willed to my mother. We've not seen the trust. We've asked for it. My mother's been asking since 2023. We've not seen the trust. So how can I tell you about what clause says what?
Today at Republic, we are going to dive into a gripping story of loss and suspicion surrounding the death of Sanjay Kapoor, the chairman of Sona Comstar, on 12th June. A UK coroner's report claims that the death happened due to natural causes, while the mother, Rani Kapoor, alleged.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
All right, back from the Independence Day break, Parliament is at it again. Pandemonium, badlam, and this time the opposition even obstructs a discussion on Captain Shubhanshu Shukla's space journey, which in fact the government wanted to use to focus on India's rapid strides in space, but unfortunately couldn't take place. That's our focus. Let's begin with the headlines. Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla will meet Prime Minister Modi at 5 p.m. at his residence. Massive twist to Dharamsthala mass burial claim as per sources. Masked man admits to following group's instructions. As India prepares for long-range missile test, United States Navy ship USS Santa Barbara docks in Colombo. A massive ruckus in Meerut over the assault of an army Jawan. Villagers block road, demand action on accused toll plaza workers.
Considering my mother's alive, she should have been made a non-executive member of the board to keep the legacy and the family a part of it? Or do you think someone who has come into our family now has taken the board without talking to the family, without any discussion, without my mother knowing? It's been announced to us.
Huge inheritance battle explodes after Sanjay Kapoor's death. Sister Indira says she and her mother have been sidelined. Opposition politician politicizes NDA's VP pick, says RSS push in another constitutional position. Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi to arrive in India soon. High-level meeting with External Affairs Minister Jaishankar today and with NSA Doval tomorrow. IMD issues red alert for Mumbai and Thane amid incessant rains. Heavy waterlogging forces evacuation at a few places. All right, welcome back, friends. Let's begin this bulletin with more developments coming in from Parliament. After opposition blocked discussion on Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla, Union Minister Kiran Rijiju has slammed the opposition parties. He says that today we requested opposition to take part in the special discussion on space journey of Captain Shubhanshu Shukla and a huge achievement for India. We are planning for Gaganyaan mission. Congress and opposition did not welcome the discussion on the same, and it's really unfortunate. In fact, Senior Minister of the Modi cabinet, Rajnath Singh, also came out with a post condemning the opposition stance in obstructing and filibustering a debate that was to take place on India's space strides in the backdrop of Shubhanshu Shukla's journey to the International Space Station. In fact, Rajnath Singh a while back had posted on his social media handle X, in which he had condemned the opposition stance and calling it against the spirit of India's progress in its march to 2047. In fact, Kiran Rijiju now has come out and taken the same line. Let's listen to him. All right, we are going to get Kiran Rijiju's soundbite just in a bit, but before that we had Rajnath Singh commenting on the same issue. In fact, Shubhanshu Shukla, who's all set to meet the Prime Minister anytime now. In fact, the meeting could be going on, and he's already reached 7 LKM is what we are told, and before that the government wanted a discussion to highlight the achievement in the Lok Sabha, but it could not take place. Now the senior most ministers of the government led by Rajnath Singh, they have come out and have condemned the opposition stance. Going by what Rajnath Singh had to say, he said that during a special discussion in the Lok Sabha on the journey of Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla of the Indian Air Force and ISRO mission pilot to the International Space Station, the manner in which the opposition created a ruckus in the House did not allow it to function, and that's extremely unfortunate. This discussion was on the topic India's space program and its role in Viksit Bharat 2047, which is related to a national achievement, the country's pride, self-respect, and the prospects of scientific and national security in the future. The way the opposition obstructed it, their behavior today was extremely disappointing. Under the leadership of Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, the unprecedented heights India is reaching in space exploration are remarkable. The opposition could have participated in the discussion and provided constructive review, criticism, and suggestions for India's space program. Topics like space, which are extremely important for India's scientific and strategic vision in the 21st century, should not be politicized, unquote. That was the post by Rajnath Singh. I believe now we have Harsha, in fact, live joining us from outside Parliament, where she has been bringing to us those details. Harsha, the government taking a very strong position on opposition obstructionism on Shubhanshu Shukla debate in Parliament. You think it was the entire opposition which obstructed, or there was just some parties indulging in this? Harsha, my question was the entire opposition trooping down and not letting the debate happen on India's space journey and Shubhanshu Shukla's orbit to the International Space Station, or was it just some political parties?
Hello, sir. कुछ नहीं sir, आप लोग.
I believe Harsha is still engaging with news conversations with the members of Parliament there, and we'll get a live in a bit. Moving on for now. All right, moving on for now. Do we have soundbite of Kiran Rijiju? Okay, not yet. So we move on and to the next story. Breaking news coming in. BJP chief JP Nadda has taken on the opposition now over Indus Waters Treaty, saying Nehru had committed a blunder by signing the treaty in 1960. Nadda also said, and I quote, by putting the Indus Waters Treaty in abeyance, Prime Minister Modi has corrected yet another grave historical wrong committed by Congress. JP Nadda on the opening day of the last week of the monsoon session of Parliament, firing another salvo at the opposition amidst protests going on the issue of SIR in Bihar on the issue of all right, moving on to the next one. Massive twist to the Dharamsthala mass burial claim as per sources. One masked man has admitted to following a certain group's instructions after his alleged claims. Karnataka Home Minister G. Parameswara, speaking on the floor of the assembly, said the alleged kingpin behind the masked man in the Dharamsthala mass burial case will be booked as per provisions of the law. This is the man. And remember, with all the digging that has gone on based on the allegations or accusations of one person who called himself an eyewitness, nothing has come out. And this is the masked man who has said that this whole story of mass burial around the pilgrimage site was created at the behest of some group. Who's that group? Who are those people? Let's listen to G. Parameswara, the Karnataka minister.
ಸುನೀಲ್ ಅವರು ನೀವೇನೇ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ನಾನೇನು ಉದ್ವೇಗಕ್ಕೆ ಒಳಗಾಗೋಲ್ಲ ಆಯ್ತಾ. ಆ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಯನ್ನ ದೊಡ್ಡವನ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಬೇಡ. ಆ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿ ಮೇಲೆ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ 16 ಕೇಸ್ಗಳಿದ್ದಾವೆ. ನಾವು ಖಂಡಿತವಾಗಿ ಅವನಿಗಾಗಲೇ ಕ್ರಮ ತಗೋಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಸೂಚನೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಆದಷ್ಟು ತಕ್ಷಣ ಅವನ ಮೇಲೆ ಕ್ರಮವನ್ನ ತಗೊಳ್ಳೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಆದ್ರಿಂದ ಯಾರನ್ನ ಇಂಥ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳನ್ನ ಸಮಾಜದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಿಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯನೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಕಾನೂನು ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿರೋದೇ ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ. ಆ ಕಾನೂನನ್ನ ಚಲಾಯಿಸ್ತೀವಿ, ಅವನಿಗೇನು ಶಿಕ್ಷೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕೋ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಯಾವ ಮುಲಾಜಿಲ್ದೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಸುನೀಲ್ ಅವರು ನೀವೇನೇ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ನಾನೇನು ಉದ್ವೇಗ.
All right, Abhishek joins us live from Karnataka for us. And Abhishek, where does the story go from here? Who's this man, and who are these people on whose instructions he created this whole facade of a story?
Abhishek, the whistleblower who claimed in front of the magistrate that he has come out of conscience to make sure that the truth is unearthed about 30 years which were hidden in the deepest senses. He wanted to make the magistrate believe, and the people of the state and the country believe, that he was the one who might be the savior of Dharamsthala. But on the other hand, he had shown at least around 13 to 19 places where the excavation took place. Out of point number 6 and point number 11A are where the skeletal remains of a small person, or the smallest skeletal remains were found. On the other hand, the whistleblower has taken a U-turn today, claiming to the special investigation team that he acted upon the orders of a team. He also mentions indirectly that he was in the custody of some unknown people who forced him to make some false allegations against Dharamsthala. He also has stated to the SIT officials that he was guided as to how to talk in front of the special investigation team officers, and also how to answer their questions, and also to mark the points as per their demands. We have also seen Dr. G. Parameswara, who reacted in the Vidhana Sabha assembly to the opposition parties that a team is being operating the whistleblower for the last couple of days, and they also have the details of the team who are behind this, and there will be a legal action which will be initiated against them, indirectly naming Mahesh Shetty Timarodi, who might be the major conspirer with respect to the Dharamsthala whistleblower's claim. We will have to wait and see how the government responds, because the Home Minister Dr. G. Parameswara has already ordered the police department to conduct the arrest of Mahesh Shetty Timarodi, who spoke baselessly about CM's being murder of 24 people as well. On the other hand, the Home Minister also mentions that he has the data of who might have been, or the team which is behind the whistleblower's claim, and there will be a legal action which will be initiated against the team as well, because no remains or no claims of the whistleblower has come true as of now. Abhishek.
Right, so legal action being contemplated, and it seems at the very least this is mischievous, but obviously at a great cost to the society, and particularly the devotees of the pilgrimage site. Thank you so much, Abhishek, for joining us. Moving on to another breaking news coming in from Delhi NCR. In fact, Gurugram police has formed multiple teams, including local police and the STF, to trace shooters behind the attack at YouTuber Elvish Yadav's home. This attack had happened yesterday early morning. Initial probe suggests bullets were fired from locally made modified weapons. Elvish Yadav's family has not reported any direct threat to him so far. And 26 rounds of bullets were fired in the incident, creating a fear psychosis in the area. Earlier, a social media post claiming responsibility by the Himanshu Bhau gang came up, and that's being verified, and the probe is on. I believe Akhil is joining us live. Okay, we cannot get Akhil live, but probe picking up pace in the Elvish Yadav residence shooting case. And this had happened yesterday early morning at around 5:30 a.m. when 26 rounds of bullets were fired with improvised weapons at his residence. Elvish Yadav, the YouTuber and social media influencer, was not at his residence, though the family was, but no one was injured. Moving on and to the next one, to some international news development coming in, and hours before the meeting with Donald Trump, or between Donald Trump and Zelensky, Ukraine has targeted an oil pipeline from Russia to Hungary. All oil supplies to Hungary have got stalled, and this is clearly a case of Zelensky shooting at the possibility of a peace deal. Hungary has expressed umbrage. They have not liked it. Viktor Orban, remember, the right-wing strongman of Hungary, he's someone who's on the right side of President Trump and the wrong side of many European leaders, has complained that this is clearly an act of sabotage, and he has blamed Zelensky for, in a planned manner, to destroy that oil supplies pipeline. Now, this also exposes the double standards of Donald Trump, who's okay if his friend Viktor Orban has a pipeline supply on tap from Russia, and there are no sanctions against Viktor Orban. But when it comes to India, he is imposing sanctions. We'll get Krutarth from our newsroom live in a bit, but this is a clear case of the fracture in European politics really coming out. Much of the European leadership has trooped down to Washington, D.C. along with Zelensky, and they are all slated to meet President Trump in a few hours from now. 9:30 p.m. IST is the time when the leaders reach the White House, and then from 9:30 p.m. or 10 p.m. till about 1 a.m. is the 3 hours when the meetings, both bilateral and the multilateral meetings, would go on inside the White House to sort out a peace deal, which President Trump has negotiated with Russian President Vladimir Putin. Krutarth now joins us live from the newsroom. Krutarth, while Viktor Orban is accusing Zelensky of sabotaging this oil pipeline, this seems more like an attempt to sabotage the peace deal itself.
Indeed, and this is the second time that a major attack by Ukrainians has been carried out in an escalation ahead of certain kind of peace negotiations. Last time we had seen that the Olenia airbase of Russia was attacked, where almost a third of the strategic bomber fleet of Russians were targeted by kamikaze drones by Ukraine in one of the most successful orchestrated attacks since the war started. And this time now, just hours before meeting US President Donald Trump, the pipeline has been disrupted between Russia and Hungary. Viktor Orban again remains a leader who is extremely close to President Putin. In fact, he was one of the only outlier world leaders in Europe, who in fact came out in support of the Alaska summit and said that it is a historic day that Trump and Putin have met today, and the world is a lot more safer today than it was yesterday, because two nations who have been captured in almost a Cold War era like situation, two superpowers are now finally talking together on the table. So Orban's statement might have irked Ukraine. Why target the pipeline today, and why do it exactly right now is something that remains to be seen. However, Europe as a bloc has been very very critical of energy exports of Russia. Following the meeting in Scotland between Ursula von der Leyen and Donald Trump, we also saw how US policy also suddenly shifted towards Russia's energy exports, following subsequently which India had a fallout with the US, and the secondary sanctions on Russian oil imports were imposed after the European Union also put a cap on it. So whether it is part of a larger strategic strategy of the European bloc and Ukrainians together ahead of these talks with Donald Trump is something that remains to be seen. However, it's a massive escalation in terms of how this entire thing has panned out. Just hours before this happened, Zelensky had also put out a tweet saying that Azerbaijani refinery was targeted in the Zaporizhia province of Ukraine, and this could also be seen as a direct retaliation to it, that a Ukrainian energy refinery was hit by the Russians by a missile attack as alleged by Zelensky, and in retaliation in an eye-to-eye format, he has now disrupted the pipeline between Hungary and Russia and the energy supplies that go through there. But a massive escalation indeed coming in just hours before US President Donald Trump is expected to receive the European delegation along with Zelensky.
Right. Thank you so much, Kritarth, with that perspective. And moving back to our home politics and to Parliament, where speculation of Tiruchi Siva being the opposition's candidate for a vice presidential contest have gained ground. In fact, DMK MP Tiruchi Siva has said, "I have no idea. Only leaders will decide that. I am not the person to tell you that. My leaders are discussing." This comment of Tiruchi Siva comes in the wake of the opposition is scrambling to get a candidate after the NDA stole a march on the Indi bloc by announcing CP Radhakrishnan, the sitting Maharashtra governor, as their joint candidate. Tiruchi Siva, we have a soundbite. Can we go to it? I think we don't have the soundbite yet, but Tiruchi Siva, they are expressing dismay, and that really gives you an idea of the idea of how unorganized the opposition is, because while a name is being bandied. Okay, let's listen to Tiruchi Siva first.
You will be the candidate of India bloc? I have no idea. That only leaders will be. You will be the candidate of India bloc? I have no idea. That only leaders will be. You will be the candidate of India bloc? I have no idea. That only leaders will be. You will be the candidate of India bloc? I have no idea. That only leaders will be. Why the CEC must be?
All right, Tiruchi Siva, they are not sure from where this is coming, but grapevine in Parliament that the DMK MP Tiruchi Siva might be the joint opposition candidate to take on CP Radhakrishnan, making it a Tamil versus Tamil fight for the vice president's post. Moving on for now, and let's look at the stories from across the country in Bharat in 5 minutes. The Bharatiya Janata Party has issued a 3-line whip for the OBC committee election and has directed all its MPs to attend the election on August 19, that's tomorrow, in Parliament. Voting will take place from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. in room number 63 of the Samvidhan Sadan. On being asked if the opposition parties are going to bring an impeachment motion against Chief Election Commissioner Gyanesh Kumar Gupta, Congress Rajya Sabha MP Syed Nasir Hussain said, "If there is a need, we will use all the weapons of democracy under the rules. We have not had any discussions about impeachment as of now, but if needed, we can do anything."
डेमोक्रेसी में जो भी हथकंडे हैं, जो भी वेपन्स हैं, जो भी हम इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं, जो भी रूल्स के तहत इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं, वो इस्तेमाल करने रेडी होते हैं जरूरत पड़ी तो। अभी कोई बात हुई नहीं है, लेकिन जरूरत पड़ी तो हम कुछ भी कर सकते हैं।
5 people died and 4 others were injured after a chariot came into contact with live electric wires during a Janmashtami procession in Telangana's Ramanathapura area. The BJP has expressed condolences to the family members of those who lost their lives and demanded Congress to make all the arrangements for the funeral and extend relief measures to the affected families.
Krishna Janmashtami celebrations yesterday, the chariot was taking in a procession where Lord Krishna has idol has been installed, and that it was taking in a procession. Chariot came into contact with the hanging wires, loose hanging wires, which led to electrification, and 5 people have died and 4 people have been injured. The Bharatiya Janata Party expresses a deep condolences to the family members of the.
The weather situation in Jammu and Kashmir remains grim after another cloudburst incident that took place in 3 locations of Kathua district, claiming the lives of 7 people and injuring 12 at different locations. Most of the connecting roads have been washed away in the flash floods, resulting in heavy loss of roads, bridges and buildings infrastructure. All-terrain off-road vehicles have been put into action for rescue operations in Chisoti. These vehicles can run on all terrains, as we can see. Head of production Jaipal Singh stated that these off-road vehicles have been roped in to support the army.
ये गाड़ियां हम लोग ऑफ रोड व्हीकल आर्मी की सपोर्ट करने के लिए यहाँ पे लेके आए हैं कि कंपनी ने हमें भेजा हुआ कि हम क्या सपोर्ट कर सकते हैं यहाँ आर्मी की। अभी तो हम गाड़ियां अनलोड कर रहे हैं, इसके बाद हम उनसे रिप्रेजेंटेटिव से मिलेंगे तो हमें वो बताएंगे कि आप हम लोगों को कैसे, क्योंकि ये गाड़ी की एक कैपेसिटी है कि 1200 kg वेट को ये इधर से उधर लेके जा सकती है। इसमें 9% आप लेके जा सकते हैं।
जैसे अभी बहुत बारिश हो रही है तो
इस बार ये जितनी मडी एरिया होगा उतनी ही स्मूथली चलती है। इसके लिए कोई बारिश कोई टेरन वो नहीं रखता है, प्रॉब्लम नहीं कर सकता है इसको। किसी भी तरह का वेदर हो उसमें ये चल सकता है।
Flood-like situation is being witnessed in Mumbai due to heavy rainfall. The IMD has upgraded the alert from orange to red as non-stop heavy rains pound the city and suburbs, leading to waterlogging and traffic at several major junctions during peak hours. The weather department predicted heavy to very heavy rainfall across Mumbai with gusty winds. Alright, now we slip into a short break, but coming up on the other side, huge inheritance battle explodes after Sanjay Kapoor's death. Sister Mandira says she and her mother have been sidelined. IMD issues red alert for Mumbai and Thane amid incessant rains. Heavy waterlogging forces evacuation at a few places.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
On 12th of June, when the news broke of Sanjay Kapoor's passing away, the initial few reports suggested that it was due to the bee sting. Now, when the UK coroner's report was made public in the public domain, it suggests more vaguely towards a chronic disease, chronic heart disease. So, how do you find this gap between the initial few claims and now what the report has to suggest?
So to start with, we told a bee sting, which we've always wondered how a bee went into his throat while he was riding, and Mum kept asking when he's wearing a helmet, how has a bee gone in? So that was the first bit of confusion we had. We unfortunately got the report from the media. We weren't given the report directly in our hand. It's come as a shock that he died of a heart attack, because from what I've heard, he did have his heart checked out, and he had 40% of an artery blocked, which is not a big deal. And the thing is, the family that we come from, my father made sure we had a blood test every 6 months, even when we were in school. So as adults, we've carried that on not only with us, but with our families. We are very health conscious. We have constant checkups. I refuse to believe my brother had not had a proper checkup, and I don't believe he had any heart disease. So for me to suddenly hear my brother's died of a heart attack, who's healthy, who exercised every day, the guy never ate ketchup. McDonald's was out of the question. No ketchup, no sodas, no nothing. Worked out every day, did yoga. You know, it's insane for me to say yes and be like, yeah, I'm okay with it. I'm not, because from a bee sting, it's gone to a heart attack, and someone needs to explain this to the family. Someone needs to give us an explanation on how. And how has this come about? How did a bee sting turn into a heart attack? And how, when you have such a healthy guy, it just doesn't make sense to us.
If I may ask, what was the information given to you or to Mrs. Kapoor with regards to Sanjay Kapoor's passing away, and what time was it, and who was the person who had informed?
My sister called me. We were in the UK. Mum had gone to my brother's house, had dinner with him, said bye in the morning when we went for polo. The Air India crash.
Thank you for joining us on the breaking news update. Ladies and gentlemen, we are getting in a news input into our newsrooms right now. The Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi, has confirmed that he's received a call from the Russian President Vladimir Putin. Prime Minister Modi tweeting, "Thank my friend President Putin for his phone call and for sharing insights on his recent meeting with President Donald Trump in Alaska. India has consistently called for a peaceful resolution of the Ukraine conflict and supports all efforts in this regard. I look forward to our continued exchanges in the days to come." Prime Minister Modi has spoken to Vladimir Putin, and Putin has discussed and detailed out his meeting with US President Donald Trump. Prime Minister has said that Putin has shared insights on that recent meeting with Donald Trump, which took place late night Friday, early morning Saturday in Alaska. So that's a breaking news input that's coming in. And this is after, in fact, that meeting lasted about 2 hours, 45 minutes. And on his part, the US President Donald Trump spoke to Zelensky, spoke to European leaders, debriefing them on his conversation with Vladimir Putin. Not just that, the US President is then further meeting Zelensky, the Ukrainian president, tonight in what will be a decisive meeting to detail out what comes next in the war in Ukraine. And this is exactly 2 days after that critical meeting between Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin. Vladimir Putin, India's friend, has dialed Prime Minister Modi and given him a full lowdown. One of the big takeaways of Vladimir Putin's meeting with the US President Donald Trump has been his statement, where he said on record, took to the stage in the joint conference and said that the bilateral trade between US and Russia had increased by over 20%, an indication of things to come. In fact, he punctured the US stand completely on doing business with Russia when he himself said in Trump's presence that the trade between those two countries had risen, and Putin has spoken to Prime Minister Modi as well. Very, very interesting. My colleague Krutat is now joining us. Krutat, India's position has been very clear from the beginning that we want that war to end. But more importantly, what Putin said on that stage, that Russian trade had increased with America about 20%, that one line punctured the entire stand of America.
Indeed, Niranjan, and today we are also accessing some exclusive details of what happened on the call between President Putin and Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Notably, this is the second call in span of 2 weeks, one before the meeting and now one after the meeting in Alaska. And we have information that President Putin had specifically called Prime Minister Narendra Modi to brief him about the Alaska summit and the discussions that happened between US and Russia and his impressions of the negotiations that are ongoing at the same time. Prime Minister Narendra Modi once again reiterated that this is not an era of war and how how India has always been for a peaceful negotiation and resolution of the conflict in Ukraine peacefully. Both of the nations also interestingly talked about their bilateral relationships and how they both share together a special privileged partnership. So notably, reading between the lines, it can be inferred to that trade between India and Russia and the crisis of tariffs and the energy imports of India from Russia was also something that perhaps could have found some form of mention between the conversation of President Putin and Prime Minister Narendra Modi. But it is also very important that today President Putin perhaps is on a spree of dialing to all the BRICS member nations and all the allies of Russia. We saw earlier today he also had a conversation with the South African counterpart, and now a phone call to Prime Minister Narendra Modi to brief about the details of what happened in Alaska and what were the impressions of President Putin. Now President Putin and Prime Minister Narendra Modi share a very good and cordial bond, and both of the leaders have been in constant communication. In fact, Prime Minister Narendra Modi also had a conversation with Volodymyr Zelensky a couple of days ago. So these are back-to-back conversations happening, and India also emerging as an active interlocutor between Russia and Ukraine vis-a-vis dialogue, and perhaps even providing its support in terms of an ally which is towards a resolution of the conflict in a peaceful manner. But a very important call coming in from President Putin, and how he also took a swipe at the United States, as you rightly pointed out, about US's increasing trade with Russia. Surely the trade between India and Russia is something that might have found a mention in this phone call, and it will be all eyes now on what India does subsequently, because the Trump's tariff deadline only goes into force from the month of September, and the trade delegation that was supposed to visit India next week is clearly not coming, and secondary sanctions at the moment are on a pause. So 50% tariff threat on India continues to loom, but India is not backing down. Russia is standing with it, and both the leaders had a very, very good conversation once again today after the Alaska summit, second in the span of just last 2 weeks.
Okay, in fact, I have a very, very detailed read that's come in, a detailed release from the Prime Minister's office, which says that Putin shared his assessment of the meeting with President Trump in Alaska, and the Prime Minister underlined India's consistent position for a peaceful resolution of the conflict, reiterating India's support for all efforts in this regard. And the two leaders also discussing a number of issues of bilateral cooperation between India and Russia, and the two leaders agreed to remain in close touch. The two leaders also touched upon a number of issues of bilateral cooperation to strengthen special, privileged, strategic partnership. Now that's the term used. Special, privileged, strategic partnership between India and Russia, and that the two leaders have agreed to remain in close touch. Let's move on to the second bit of breaking news on the show tonight. As we speak, the Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi has been in Delhi, and this is a precursor to that big meeting between Prime Minister Modi and Xi Jinping expected later this month. Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi is in Delhi, and he will be meeting this evening the External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar. That's the first of his engagements in India, following which he will also be meeting Prime Minister Modi tomorrow. He will also be meeting Ajit Doval, the National Security Advisor. And in the meeting, on his agenda, over the next almost 24 to 30 hours, he will take part in the 24th round of boundary talks and set the groundwork essentially for the Modi-Xi Jinping meeting, which will be a prep for the SCO. We'll call on Prime Minister tomorrow. Kritat with some more details.
And the main purpose of this entire visit of Wang Yi was to be part of the 24th special representative level dialogues. From China, he's the special representative appointed by Chinese President Xi Jinping. From India, NSA Ajit Doval represents India in these form and mechanism of dialogues that was specifically designed by India and China to discuss the issues of its border and the boundary question at large. And this 24th dialogue is taking place after the 23rd dialogue took place last time in China, where NSA Doval was attending in the latter half of 2024 after a positive bilateral meeting between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and President Xi Jinping in Kazan on the sidelines of the BRICS summit, where President Putin was also seen as a key player in bringing the two nations together. Their first bilateral meeting since the Galwan clash, since COVID-19, and subsequently now, as you rightly pointed out, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is expected to visit Tianjin this year, where China is chairing the Shanghai Cooperative Organization's leadership summit, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi is expected. China has in fact welcomed the meeting, where all member nations, all 10 leaders of the SCO are expected to be in attendance, including Prime Minister Narendra Modi, which they believe is going to be very great for regional cooperation. At this time, when the US tariff war is also ongoing and the US trade delegation has cancelled their visit that was upcoming next week on August 25th, it is very interesting that Wangi is in New Delhi, and today talks will be held first with External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar this evening. Tomorrow morning will be the special representative level dialogues, which will be taking place between NSA Ajit Doval and Wangi subsequently after dialogues. He'll be moving back to Beijing. Interestingly, on 21st of August, just 2 days later, on 21st of August, External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar is also expected to visit Moscow for the intergovernmental level dialogues between India and Russia. So high-level diplomatic engagement at the moment between India, Russia and China, also at a time when the troika between Russia, India and China is set to be finding a new life of its own and perhaps a revival, Niranjan. So very big developments coming in diplomatically, but important visit of the Chinese Foreign Minister. 3 years, in first visit in almost 3 years now, and a very significant one for Prime Minister Narendra Modi's first visit to China in last 5 years.
Okay, thank you for that, Kritat. Back-to-back developments. The Prime Minister speaking to Putin. In fact, it was Putin who dialed the Prime Minister, gave him a full download, and then you have Chinese Foreign Minister landing in India. Interestingly, Wangi then goes to Pakistan next. And on to our Republic Super Exclusive, ladies and gentlemen. Sanjay Kapoor's sister, businessman Sanjay Kapoor's sister, Mandira Kapoor, broke her silence on Republic. She demanded full transparency around her brother's sudden death, including access to medical records and official reports, lamenting how her mother was sidelined almost from the company she helped build. Mandira, while speaking to Republic TV, Soumya, saying that they first learned about the autopsy through media coverage rather than directly, and questions how a healthy, fit man could die of a heart attack under very mysterious circumstances. She accuses the board of excluding the family, coercing signatures during their grief, and letting the family's legacy slip away while offering no answers whatsoever.
On 12th of June, when the news broke of Sanjay Kapoor's passing away, the initial few reports suggested that it was due to the bee sting. Now, when the UK coroner's report was made public in the public domain, it suggests more vaguely towards a chronic disease, chronic heart disease. So, how do you find this gap between the initial few claims and now what the report has to suggest?
So, to start with, we were told a bee sting, which we've always wondered how a bee went into his throat while he was riding, and Mum kept asking when he's wearing a helmet, how has the bee gone in? So that was the first bit of confusion we had. We unfortunately got the report from the media. We weren't given the report directly in our hand. It's come as a shock to them.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, getting in breaking news pictures. I'm going to cross straight to that. The Chinese Foreign Minister has landed in India. He's been received in the national capital there. Those are pictures of Wangi getting a welcome at the airport and sitting in his car. And he will proceed to his first official engagement there. That's the Foreign Minister of China, who's just boarded that car on landing in the national capital. First engagement will be to meet External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar. He will meet the Prime Minister tomorrow. Prime Minister Modi will be meeting the Chinese Foreign Minister to set the ground. It will be a prep for the SCO meeting that takes place in Beijing later this month. He will also be meeting India's National Security Advisor Ajit Doval. Foreign Minister of China, Wangi, is expected to call on Prime Minister Modi sometime tomorrow evening. And this is his first visit. That is Prime Minister Modi. In fact, he'll be setting the stage for what will be Prime Minister Modi's first visit to China in almost 7 years. Following Doklam, following Galwan, that will be our Prime Minister's first visit to China. When he goes to China on the 31st of August, that's when the SCO summit is expected in Tianjin, where the Prime Minister is expected to hold bilateral meetings with President Xi Jinping and Russian President Vladimir Putin as well. So, Abhishek, it's a welcome for the Chinese Foreign Minister. What time does he meet S. Jaishankar now? He meets External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar at 6 p.m. Niranjan, which is just in a couple of hours from, not couple of hours, actually just few minutes from now he has landed, and I think he's straight headed to Hyderabad House, where he would be meeting his counterpart, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar. Remember, Wangi is a powerful man in China. He holds 3 hats, or he wears 3 hats insofar as India is concerned. He's a foreign minister of China. He's a member of the Politburo of the Communist Party of China. And of course, he's the special representative on boundary talks mechanism for India and China. And as part of which, for which he's in New Delhi. He's meeting S. Jaishankar, as I said, at Hyderabad House, straight from airport. He's heading there. And then tomorrow morning, 11 a.m. is the time when he's going to hold talks with NSA Dobal. That's the main part of the visit, where they are going to discuss boundary issue between India and China. And this is the 24th round of talks. And then, of course, he makes a courtesy call on the Prime Minister before flying out of New Delhi early morning, day after tomorrow. He seems to be having a relaxed schedule, and that really gives you an idea of the kind of attempts that are being made by both the sides to sort of crease out the frost that had set in, to thaw the frost that had set in, and to crease out the issues that had cropped up in good measure, if not substantially, post the Galwan clash. And remember, it's not just about Galwan. Before Galwan in 2020, there was the issue of our northeast at the trisection of India, Bhutan and China, the Doklam issue. And then you go back to Depsang, and before you go back to Chumar in 2014. Before that, and then before that to Depsang Plains, the Chumar Bulge. Essentially, you get a picture that every few years, China would be creating some issue or the other insofar as India's boundary with China is concerned, the line of actual control in Ladakh, and of course the McMahon line in northeast. So hopefully there will be some movement forward. There is indication that both sides are keen to normalize. We have seen a lot of enthusiasm, for example, from the Chinese mission in New Delhi, with very active social media handles of both the ambassador and the spokesperson, actively pushing for normalization. It's likely that two sides might announce resumption of direct flights between New Delhi and Beijing and other cities of China and India that were put in cold freeze after the Galwan clash, Niranjan. So that's the main issue. Of course, also the preparations for Prime Minister Modi's participation in the SCO Leaders Summit, for which he's traveling to China on August 30th and 31st, which is just about 10 days from now, 12 days from now. And so I think it's an important visit. And of course, even Washington, D.C. must be watching this closely.
Very interesting, Shah. Abhishek, just reading out a statement that was put out by the Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesman ahead of Wang's landing in India. This afternoon, China saying they're willing to take the opportunity of Wang's visit to India to work together with the Indian side in implementing the important consensus that was reached by the leaders of the two countries, maintaining the momentum of high-level exchanges, enhancing political mutual trust, strengthening practical cooperation, properly managing differences, and promoting the sustained, healthy and stable development of China-India relation. Do we know which details of the officer who welcomed him? Seems like an ME official gave him the welcome. Abhishek, is that normal?
Yeah, that's our Joint Secretary East, I believe. And remember, that's the protocol, unless, like Prime Minister does, he goes and receives some of the dignitaries at the airport, like he has done quite often with, for example, President Obama. He had done with Mohammed bin Salman. He has done with President Putin. He has done. But in this case, I think while there is a thaw happening, Niranjan, remember, I think it's a case of make haste slowly, and that's why you are not seeing, or you're not going to see, any exuberance insofar as India is concerned. We are going to really measure our steps and see how the Chinese respond. Because remember, this meeting is happening fresh out of Operation Sindoor, and we saw how Chinese provided active real-time support, military support to Pakistan. It was actually a two-front war, or a three-front war, as one of our generals have said. So I think while a clear attempt is being made at normalization of the overall relationship, we would rather be careful than get into any exuberant trap yet again.
Absolutely. Okay, that's the point I was trying to get at, because it appears that, of course, New Delhi is moving with caution, right, Abhishek? Is that the right word? With caution, slowly, one step at a time, perhaps, with China?
With a tremendous amount of caution, Niranjan, not just caution, because China has recently helped Pakistan militarily, and that's clearly an inimical act and an act of supporting an enemy in military terms. China has been actively carrying out non-trade barrier war through obstructing rare earth supplies, through obstructing fertilizer supplies, through obstructing going slow on other supplies, crucial for India's growth and development march. So obviously there is a pattern. All those issues need to be discussed. Hopefully they would be on the table. In fact, they would be on the table with Jaishankar when the two leaders meet in another few minutes. As I said, Niranjan, Wangi is headed straight to Hyderabad House from the airport. But what is important is that we have concerns about China, while an attempt is being made, because the two leaders met in Kazan last year, President Xi Jinping and Prime Minister Modi, and gave instructions to the respective bureaucracies to sort of normalize, and so things are moving. But obviously, at that time, nobody would have thought that Operation Sindoor would happen and that China would find itself, or we would find China actively, militarily helping Pakistan. So that's something which needs to be discussed. And if China has to, not just indulge in lip service about normalization, but actually needs to normalize or wants to normalize, then as they say, the proof of the pudding is eating. There is evidence to the contrary that China continues to thwart India's progress, obstruct India's progress, and even militarily harm us by providing active real-time support to our enemy, as it happened in the case of Operation Sindoor.
Yeah. Thank you, Abhishek, for those details. Wangi, he's already en route to meet S. Jaishankar. That meeting is, in fact, not tonight, but in a few minutes from now. Those are the first pictures of him being received by Joint Secretary East Asia Division, Gaurang Lal Das. So Gaurang Lal Das being deputed to receive the Chinese Foreign Minister after he lands in New Delhi. And Wangi will now proceed to meet External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar. Tomorrow will be a big day when he meets Prime Minister Modi and NSA Ajit Doval. Short break on Republic. We are coming back to you 6 at 6 in a few minutes. Detailed reports, including the video that has shocked all of us. You should be shocked too if you look at it. A soldier who risks his life to guard the country, beaten, tied to a pole, thrashed, humiliated, injured by toll plaza goons in Uttar Pradesh. Look at that. That's coming up next. And we're building up, and we will be live tonight. Zelensky-Trump meeting in Washington a few days after Donald Trump met Vladimir Putin.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
I choose a world where we care and we dare to love. I choose a world where we dream and the limit is the sky. And this world is my home where I'm living my best life.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics.
Living my best life.
Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDA चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDA चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
How did a bee sting turn into a heart attack? What was the hurry? What was the rush for this? Fine, we didn't. Does my mother not deserve answers? Does my sister not? It's crazy that we have been cut off from our own family. She was made to sign papers which she was unaware of during the grieving period. She was not explained anything. There shouldn't have been an inheritance dispute. Everything was willed to my mother. We've not seen the trust. We've asked for it. My mother's been asking since 2023. We've not seen the trust. So how can I tell you about what clause says what?
Today at Republic, we are going to dive into a gripping story of loss and suspicion surrounding the death of Sanjay Kapoor, the chairman of Sona Comstar, on 12th June. Priya Sachdeva being assigned the role of the director there at Sona BLA. Do you think there was more of a forceful takeover of the board?
Considering my mother's alive, she should have been made a non-executive member of the board to keep the legacy and the family a part of it? Or do you think someone who has come into our family now has taken the board without talking to the family, without any discussion, without my mother knowing? It's been announced to us.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने। इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
On 12th of June, when the news broke of Sanjay Kapoor's passing away, the initial few reports suggested that it was due to the bee sting. Now, when the UK coroner's report was made public in the public domain, it suggests more vaguely towards a chronic disease, chronic heart disease. So, how do you find this gap between the initial few claims and now what the report has to suggest?
So to start with, we told a bee sting, which we've always wondered how a bee went into his throat while he was riding, and Mum kept asking when he's wearing a helmet, how has a bee gone in? So that was the first bit of confusion we had. We unfortunately got the report from the media. We weren't given the report directly in our hand. It's come as a shock that he died of a heart attack, because from what I've heard, he did have his heart checked out, and he had 40% of an artery blocked, which is not a big deal. And the thing is, the family that we come from, my father made sure we had a blood test every 6 months, even when we were in school. So as adults, we've carried that on not only with us, but with our families. We are very health conscious. We have constant checkups. I refuse to believe my brother had not had a proper checkup, and I don't believe he had any heart disease. So for me to suddenly hear my brother's died of a heart attack, who's healthy, who exercise every day, the guy never ate ketchup. McDonald's was out of the question. No ketchup, no sodas, no nothing. Worked out every day, did yoga. You know, it's insane for me to say yes and be like, yeah, I'm okay with it. I'm not, because from a bee sting, it's gone to a heart attack, and someone needs to explain this to the family. Someone needs to give us an explanation on how. And how has this come about? How did a bee sting turn into a heart attack? And how, when you have such a healthy...
Mrs. Kapoor had also mentioned about certain dubious asset transfers in that letter. So as a family, do you have tracks of any such transactions taking place?
Yes, my mother has said it very loudly. She was made to sign papers which she was unaware of during the grieving period. She was not explained anything. And why was it done? Again, I'm going to ask during the 13-day mourning period, what was the hurry? Everything was willed to my mother, so we don't understand how there's an inheritance dispute. We're now finding out stuff that we didn't even know existed. There's papers being signed, we're not being allowed to know what has been signed.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
On 12th of June, when the news broke of Sanjay Kapoor's passing away, the initial few reports suggested that it was due to the bee sting. Now, when the UK coroner's report was made public in the public domain, it suggests more vaguely towards a chronic disease, chronic heart disease. So, how do you find this gap between the initial few claims and now what the report has to suggest?
So, to start with, we told a bee sting, which we've always wondered how a bee went into his throat while he was riding, and Mum kept asking when he's wearing a helmet, how has the bee gone in? So that was the first bit of confusion we had. We unfortunately got the report from the media. We weren't given the report directly in our hand. It's come as a shock that he died of a heart attack, because from what I've heard, he did have his heart checked out, and he had 40% of an artery blocked, which is not a big deal. And the thing is, the family that we come from, my father made sure we had a blood test every 6 months, even when we were in school. So as adults, we've carried that on not only with us, but with our families. We are very health conscious. We have constant checkups. I refuse to believe my brother had not had a proper checkup, and I don't believe he had any heart disease. So for me to suddenly hear my brother's died of a heart attack, who's healthy, who exercised every day, the guy never ate ketchup. McDonald's was out of the question. No ketchup, no sodas, no nothing. Worked out every day, did yoga. You know, it's insane for me to say yes and be like, yeah, I'm okay with it. I'm not, because from a bee sting, it's gone to a heart attack, and someone needs to explain this to the family. Someone needs to give us an explanation on how. And how has this come about? How did a bee sting turn into a heart attack? And how, when you have such a healthy guy, it just doesn't make sense to us.
If I may ask, what was the information given to you or to Mrs. Kapoor with regards to Sanjay Kapoor's passing away?
Good evening, viewers. You're watching 6 Stories at 6. I am Rakshita Mishra with you. The top 6 stories lined up for you today are story number 1. It's the super exclusive that Republic TV is getting to you. Sanjay Kapoor, industrialist Sanjay Kapoor's sister breaks silence on Republic TV. She has made some sensational claims as the mystery surrounding his death is only exploding, viewers. Story number 2 is the big meeting between Wangi and S. Jaishankar. Wangi has landed just a while back in New Delhi, and all eyes will be on that important meeting. Also, there's another important meeting on other side of the globe, that is between Donald Trump and Volodymyr Zelensky, and of course other European leaders also coming in to meet and hold talks with Trump. And story number 4 will be how an army Jawan has been assaulted brutally and insulted in Meerut, and the outrage that has followed. What has happened, any action taken or not, we'll tell you that. Also, the Dharmasala mass burial case. Now, it seems that it was all a conspiracy. Karnataka government has said that it was an attempt to, that it was a conspiracy and that the one behind should be booked. Another story on that, on 6 stories that we're tracking for you, is the Mumbai monsoon mayhem. Once again, the maximum city is in a deluge, and the daily life has been crippled. So starting with the super exclusive on Republic TV, viewers, the death mystery surrounding Sanjay Kapoor has exploded into the open. And for the first time, his sister, Mandira Kapoor, has broken silence. Now, in an emotional tell-all interview, she has said, in fact, she has raised many questions, burning questions on the circumstances of her brother's sudden death, and dismissed the bee sting heart attack theory. She also alleged that their 80-year-old mother, Rani Kapoor, was hurried into signing inheritance papers during the mourning period. At the heart of the storm is a multi-crore empire, a family that stands divided, and questions that refuse to die. Republic puts on record the biggest disclosure yet in the fight over a 30 crore rupee empire. Watch this.
Sudden death of 53-year-old businessman Sanjay Kapoor, once married to actor Karishma Kapoor, has left behind more than just unanswered questions. It has opened a full-blown family dispute over a 30,000 crore fortune. In an exclusive interview with Republic TV, Sanjay's sister Mandira Kapoor has challenged the official version of events, alleging that their elderly mother was hurried into signing documents just days after son's death.
My mother has said it very loudly. She was made to sign papers which she was unaware of during the grieving period. She was not explained anything. We were not involved in it. It was behind closed doors. And ever since, she has asked again and again and again for them. But we are not getting anything. Instead, we're getting answers of being told that emails are compromised and all this rubbish. Let's get the answers. Let's not make excuses. Tell us what she signed. If she signed it, it should legally be in her hands. Why is this all being hidden? And why was it done? Again, I'm going to ask during the 13-day mourning period, what was the hurry?
Sanjay Kapoor reportedly died of cardiac arrest after swallowing a bee during a polo match in the UK. But Mandira dismisses what she calls a mockery of the truth.
Police or coroner or anyone knew that we were told it was a bee sting. Are they aware of that? Everybody thought it was a bee sting, or have they not been told that information? That's the first question I ask, because there's not a mention of a bee in the report, not a mention of what the whole world was talking about. Not only us, the entire world was talking about it. I mean, I'm sorry, but a mockery has been made out of my brother that he died of a bee sting. I've seen the horrible posts that are done and some which are genuine, but have they missed it? Because there's not a mention of it. So how come, if this is what everyone was told and this is what happened on the polo fields, and we've heard 2-3 other stories, but has the coroner not even mentioned a bee? What happened to the damn bee? Where is it?
Raising another serious charge, Mandira Kapoor alleged that neither she nor her mother Rani Kapoor have been given any access to Sanjay's medical records.
Why has mom not been told? Why can mom asked me, she goes, how do they know? When did he do his last checkup? Why aren't we being given this information? That's all I want to know. Is it fair for my mother to be left in the dark about this when we know? I may not have talked to my brother for 4 years, but 4 years in 53 years is a blip. I know my family, I know my brother well enough to know how we were raised and what we were careful about and what we're not. So I refuse to believe that my brother did not have a checkup in the last 6 months. I refuse to believe that.
On the inheritance battle, Mandira claims her late father Surinder Kapoor had willed everything to her mother. She alleges that the direct bloodline has been completely cut off.
Everything was willed to my mother. We're now finding out stuff that we didn't even know existed. There's papers being signed, we're not being allowed to know what has been signed. You tell me what you want us to think, because we don't understand what has gone on. There shouldn't be an inheritance dispute. I mean, the fact is my mother's alive. My dad willed everything to her. So how is this become an inheritance dispute? How is my mother locked out of everything that she built with her husband for her family, which is now 7 grandkids?
While Priya Sachdev, Sanjay's wife, has not yet responded to these allegations, questions continue to mount. The sisters claims the mother's challenge and a family legacy now under dispute. A death still shrouded in mystery and a family torn apart over fortune and legacy. And a mother sidelined in her moment of grief. Republic will keep asking the questions because every answer matters.
And now, viewers, in a shifting global order, India and China once again find themselves at the center of attention. As just moments ago, Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi landed in the national capital and he begins a 3-day official visit to New Delhi. He will be holding key talks with External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar, National Security Advisor Ajit Doval and Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Now, this visit comes at a crucial time amid trade tensions with the United States and continuing boundary issues with China, making the diplomatic engagement one of the significance, not just for the two countries, but also for the wider international community. Here's more.
A shifting world order where power balances are being tested and new equations are being drawn. At the crossroads stand India and China, two civilizations with centuries of history. And continuing the legacy, both India and China are once again all set to come to one common page. As Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi begins a 3-day official visit to India today, his schedule includes bilateral talks with External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, boundary consultations with National Security Advisor Ajit Doval, and a meeting with Prime Minister Narendra Modi himself in New Delhi. The visit comes amid heightened trade tensions after US President Donald Trump imposed steep tariffs on Indian exports. With India-US relations under strain, the diplomatic opening has created room for New Delhi and Beijing to explore fresh avenues of coordination. As per the MEA, Wang Yi and Ajit Doval will chair the 24th round of special representatives talks on the boundary issue. The dialogue mechanism, initiated in 2003, has been slow-moving, and tomorrow's round will only be the second since the violent Galwan Valley clashes of June 2020. Both sides are now expected to review the status of disengagement along the line of actual control. Alongside the boundary talks, India and China are also working to revive suspended exchanges. Discussions include the possible resumption of tourist visas, reopening of pilgrimage routes such as the Kailash Mansarovar corridor, restoration of cross-border trade points, and restarting direct passenger flights between major cities. Meanwhile, President Trump's tariff escalation has sharply raised duties on Indian exports in some sectors up to 50%. New Delhi has termed the measures excessive and protectionist, while Beijing has echoed India's concerns, calling the tariffs coercive trade practices aimed at weakening developing economies. Wang Yi's visit is also seen as laying groundwork for Prime Minister Modi's upcoming trip later this month for the Shanghai Cooperation Organization Summit. On the sidelines, Modi is expected to meet Chinese President Xi Jinping with prospects of resettling high-level engagement after a prolonged freeze.
We are both at a crucial phase in our respective modernization endeavors. It best serves the fundamental interests of our two countries and two peoples.
5 साल के बाद हमारी फॉर्मल मीटिंग हो रही है। हमारा मानना है कि भारत और चीन के संबंधों का महत्व केवल हमारे लोगों के लिए ही नहीं, लेकिन वैश्विक शांति, स्थिरता और प्रगति के लिए भी हमारे संबंध बहुत अहम है।
As Wang Yi arrives in India, the visit goes beyond a mere bilateral dialogue. It is an engagement closely watched by many nations. While the outcome will unfold in time, one thing is certain: the visit itself has already achieved half its purpose.
And in just a few hours from now, US President Donald Trump will meet Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky and a group of European leaders at the White House, just days after his summit with the President of Russia, Vladimir Putin, in Alaska. Now, this will mark the first time Zelensky is back at the White House since his disastrous exchange with Trump in February. Watch this report.
You're right now not in a very good position. You've allowed yourself to be in a very bad position, and he happens to be right about it.
From the very beginning of the war.
You're not in a good position. You don't have the cards right now. With us, you start having cards.
I'm not playing cards.
Right now, you don't.
Yeah,
you're playing cards.
Mr. President.
You're playing cards.
Serious.
You're gambling with the lives of millions of people. You're gambling with World War III. You're gambling with World War III.
The last time Zelensky sat across Donald Trump in the Oval Office, he was publicly berated, told that he had no cards to play. But tonight, 6 months later, he returns to the same room, but this time with European power behind him. Key leaders of Germany, France, UK, Italy, and European Union. This comes 2 days after the meeting between US President Donald Trump and the Russian President, which resulted in no deal or no ceasefire. Zelensky and his European backers continue to demand a full ceasefire before any talks.
Beginning of Russia's brutal invasion, Europe has been at Ukraine's side, united, and we will support you for as long as it takes, for just and lasting peace. And this peace must be achieved through strength.
Es ist gut und wichtig, dass Präsident Trump es sich zum Ziel gemacht hat, das Sterben in der Ukraine zu beenden. Das Treffen in Alaska hat verdeutlicht, für einen gerechten und dauerhaften Frieden muss Moskau sich endlich bewegen. Bis das nicht passiert, muss der Druck auf Russland erhöht werden, auch mit verstärkten Ukraine-Hilfen.
But Donald Trump emphasizes that ceasefires never last. His pitch is different this time. Donald Trump says only a final peace agreement can end this war. Hours ahead of the meeting, Donald Trump made his message clear. To end the war, Zelensky must agree to some of Russia's conditions, including accepting loss of Crimea and agreeing to never join NATO. The bilateral meeting between Donald Trump and Zelensky is all set for 10:45 p.m. at the White House. Soon after, the Ukrainian president will join European leaders for a multilateral session. Insulted on his last visit, Zelensky returns to face Donald Trump once again, and this time with European leaders beside him. But with pressure mounting and Donald Trump demanding a deal, the question is, who holds the cards now?
A soldier who risks his life to guard the nation is beaten up, is humiliated and left injured by goons in a toll plaza. This happened in western Uttar Pradesh's Meerut. Instead of honoring his uniform, they snatched his army ID, threw it away, seized his phone and thrashed him mercilessly after tying him to a pole. Here's more on the story.
On the night of August 17th, Sepoy couple, an army Jawan was heading to Delhi airport to report back for duty in Jammu and Kashmir. But at Bhuni Toll Plaza in Meerut, he was stopped, harassed and brutally assaulted by toll staff and goons after objecting to the long queue. The soldier, who had just returned from serving in Operation Sindoor, was denied even basic respect. Instead, his army identity card was snatched, his mobile phone seized, and when he protested, he was beaten black and blue and had to be rushed to a hospital with serious injuries. The Meerut police have registered an FIR and have arrested 4 men, but many of the attackers are still on the run. This attack is not just an assault on one man. It is an assault on every value we hold dear. It is an assault on each and every son of India who guards the borders while the nation sleeps. As India demands justice, the question remains, will those responsible face the full force of the law? The nation is watching and the army will not rest until justice is served.
An investigation into alleged mass burials at Dharmasthala has sparked a contentious debate over the faith identity and narrative control taking on an all-out political drama in Karnataka. After excavations by the SIT formed by the state government did not really find any concrete evidence, the BJP has started demanding action against defaming the temple, while the ruling Congress has accused the BJP of playing politics. Here's the full report.
What began as an investigation into the allegations of mass burials at Dharmasthala now has evolved into a politically charged contest over faith, identity and control of the narrative. The Dharmasthala mass burial allegations turned out to be a big hoax, as nothing was found after digging and excavations at 17 places by the probe team.
ಸುನಿಲ್ ಅವರು ನೀವೇನೇ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ನಾನೇನು ಉದ್ವೇಗಕ್ಕೆ ಒಳಗಾಗೋಲ್ಲ ಆಯ್ತಾ. ಆ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಯನ್ನ ದೊಡ್ಡವನ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಬೇಡ. ಆ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿ ಮೇಲೆ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ 16 ಕೇಸ್ಗಳಿದ್ದಾವೆ. ನಾವು ಖಂಡಿತವಾಗಿ ಅವನಿಗಾಗಲೇ ಕ್ರಮ ತಗೋಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಸೂಚನೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಆದಷ್ಟು ತಕ್ಷಣ ಅವನ ಮೇಲೆ ಕ್ರಮವನ್ನ ತಗೊಳ್ಳೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಆದ್ರಿಂದ ಯಾರನ್ನ ಇಂಥ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳನ್ನ ಸಮಾಜದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಿಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯನೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಕಾನೂನು ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿರೋದೇ ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ.
Meanwhile, as politics heats up in this case, Karnataka Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar claimed that the Dharmsthala mass burial claims were part of a conspiracy aimed at damaging the centuries-old legacy of the temple town. Shivakumar stressed that neither he nor the government was for or against Dharmsthala.
ಈಗ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಯಾರೊಬ್ಬ ಕುಮ್ಮಕ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಸಿಎಂನೇ ಕೊಲೆಗಾರ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆಯಾ ನಿಮ್ಗದು? ನೀವು ಯಾರು ಅದನ್ನು ಹಾಕಿಲ್ಲ. ನೀವು ಅವನು ಯಾರೊಬ್ಬ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರೊಬ್ಬ ಇದ್ದಾನೆ, ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಅವನು ಸಿಎಂఏ ಕೊಲೆಗಾರ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾನೆ. ಅದೆಲ್ಲ
And we were moving on to the final story. Maximum city Mumbai has been battered by maximum rainfall this time around too. Over the last 24 hours, Mumbai has been battered by at least 54 millimeters of rainfall, while completely crippling this civic infrastructure. In fact, Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis has said that there's been 77 millimeters of rainfall in 6 to 8 hours. The IMD has issued a red alert, leading to normalcy being hit severely. Here's how the city of dreams is reeling under the deluge.
Schools shut, corridors of learning left empty. Roads have turned into rivers. Rail tracks, the city's lifeline, lie untraceable under a deluge. Subways submerged, mobility crippled. And an unending spell of torrential rains continues to pound Mumbai. In Kurla, vehicles lie partially submerged. People wade through knee-deep water, battling both the rains and danger. Maximum city, battered by maximum rainfall. The city that never sleeps, quite literally brought to its knees. In Andheri, a crucial subway tells the story of a rain-battered neighborhood, once a busy connector, now almost entirely underwater.
मुंबई में लगातार जोरदार बारिश हो रही है। बारिश होने की वजह से मुंबई कई निचले इलाकों में पानी भरना शुरू हो चुका है। मैं इस समय अंधेरी सबवे पे हूं और दिखा रहा हूं तस्वीरें किस तरह से अंधेरी सबवे को बंद कर दिया गया है। बीएमसी कर्मचारी लगे हुए हैं, पानी निकालने का काम शुरू है। मुंबई में मौसम विभाग ने रेड अलर्ट जारी किया है और लगातार जिस तरह से बारिश हो रही है उसकी वजह से कई इलाके, चाहे दादर हो, शाइन हो, कुर्ला हो, चूना भट्टी हो, अन्य इलाके जो निचले इलाके हैं मुंबई के, वहां पे पानी भरना शुरू हो चुका है। तस्वीरें देख सकते हैं कि अंधेरी सबवे को बंद कर दिया गया है।
At railway stations, tracks normally bustling with trains are drowned and barely visible. Amidst the chaos, Mumbai police emerged as guardians. School children stranded in buses near King's Circle were rescued by officers and moved to safety at Matunga police station. The iconic Marine Drive too looked surreal. The skyline blurred under a foggy curtain, high-rises barely visible. And on the other side, the Arabian Sea roared, waves smashing relentlessly against the promenade's boundary walls. At Villeparle, endless lines of traffic stretched for kilometers, vehicles stuck in a sea of red brake lights.
मुंबई में जोरदार बारिश हो रही है। बारिश होने की वजह से मुंबई में जगह जगह ट्रैफिक जाम है। मैं इस समय वेस्टर्न एक्सप्रेस हाईवे पर वो तस्वीरें दिखा रहा हूँ किस तरह से पूरा ट्रैफिक जाम है। 3 से 4 किलोमीटर लंबा पूरा जाम लगा हुआ है। गोरेगांव से लेकर अंधेरी तक जाम है और अंधेरी से लेकर बांद्रा तक जाम है। पूरा देख सकते हैं किस तरह से पूरा ट्रैफिक जाम है। मुंबई में जगह जगह इसी तरह से ट्रैफिक जाम है क्योंकि लगातार बारिश हो रही है। मुंबई के कई निचले इलाकों में पानी भर गया है और तस्वीरें देख सकते हैं किस तरह से जो गाड़ियां जा रही है रेंगती हुई जा रही है क्योंकि आगे जो है पूरा जाम ही जाम दिखाई दे रहा है।
The rain clouds show no signs of relenting. Mumbai, the city of resilience, now faces yet another stern test of its spirit, where every monsoon is not just a season, but a testing time of sorts, and Mumbai continues to remain unfazed.
And with that's a wrap on this edition of 6 Stories at 6. Thank you so much for watching. We'll be right back with more breaking news developments.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Hi guys, just wanted to tell you that Republic Media Sports R4 Sports is not just about sport. It's about heart, discipline and untold dreams. Stories that need national stage. And I fully support this initiative and invite you all to be a part of this. So stay tuned for R4 Sports and let's cheer together.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा मसाला Sarah, this is your space, play it your way. Landed in Delhi and the delegation level talks. It's a key meeting. External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar holding a key meeting there after Wang Yi, the External Affairs Minister, the Foreign Minister of China, lands in the national capital. All eyes will be, of course, on this meeting and the meetings to follow. NSA Ajit Doval will be holding meeting with the Wang Yi, and tomorrow the Prime Minister will also meet the Chinese Foreign Minister in the national capital. So a lot is on agenda, and given the fact that it comes in the backdrop of Trump tariff threats, the meeting that is underway between S. Jaishankar and his Chinese counterpart in the national capital is of utmost importance. And of course, the realignment that is happening, a reset in the ties between Beijing and New Delhi that is being witnessed. Of course, there have been a lot of tensions, but talks on border issue, trade, etc. will be on agenda. So this is then China, of course, said that it will continue communication with India with a positive attitude. This statement came in ahead of this meeting that is right now underway. It's a two-day visit of the Chinese Foreign Minister. He is in the national capital. He's holding talks with Jaishankar right now. Then he'll hold talks with Ajit Doval and Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And remember, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is also going to the SCO summit that is being held in China. His likely trip to China. And ahead of that, these meetings hold even more increased importance. Remember, Wang Yi and Doval are the designated special representatives of the boundary talks.
While pursuing our respective rejuvenation, we can contribute to each other's success and provide the most needed certainty and stability to Asia and the world. That concludes my opening remarks. Thank you.
All right, so that was Wang Yi speaking at the delegation level meeting. Wang Yi and in India's External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar, both sides delegation there in the national capital. 24th round of special representatives talks also on the India-China boundary question is also very, very important, apart from which he will also talk, he'll also hold with NSA Doval. Not to forget that Wang and Doval are the designated special representatives for the boundary talks. So the meeting with NSA Doval also holds very importance when it comes to the border-related issue between New Delhi and Beijing. Remember, Doval traveled to China in December last year, and we had S. Jaishankar also now. He's holding bilateral talks with the visiting Chinese Foreign Minister. Abhishek Kapoor, senior executive editor, joins us on the broadcast. Abhishek, so the much-awaited meeting, the series of meetings have been lined up, and the first leg is right now what we see on our screens.
Well, yes. So this is the bilateral component of the visit, where the two foreign ministers are meeting. S. Jaishankar is speaking now. I don't know whether we are going to get the nats. If we do, we should cut to them. And you're going to see a very comprehensive dialogue panning out. It would be interesting to see how the statements come out from both the sides after this meeting. This is crucial to, re-establish trade ties and to bring in fairness in the relationship, to bring in transparency, and to bring in an element of trust, and of course to move forward in the direction of overall normalization. A very crucial component of which, of course, is the boundary question, for which the special representative talks are going to take place tomorrow. But here you can expect India raising...
by a Chinese minister since our leaders met in Kazan in October 2024. This occasion provides us an opportunity to meet and review our bilateral ties. It is also an appropriate time to exchange views on the global situation and some issues of mutual interest. Having seen a difficult period in our relationship, Excellency, our two nations now seek to move ahead. This requires a candid and constructive approach from both sides. In that endeavor, we must be guided by the three mutuals: mutual respect, mutual sensitivity, and mutual interest. Differences must not become disputes, nor competition conflict. Today, our talks will cover economic and trade issues, pilgrimages, people-to-people contacts, river data sharing, border trade, connectivity, and bilateral exchanges. I would like to follow up on some particular concerns that I had brought up with you, Excellency, when I visited China in July. You, Excellency, will also be discussing, border issues with our Special Representative, National Security Advisor, Ajit Doval, tomorrow. This is very important because the basis for any positive momentum in our ties is the ability to jointly maintain peace and tranquility in the border areas. It is also essential that the de-escalation process move forward. Excellency, when the world's two largest nations meet, it is natural that the international situation will be discussed. We seek a fair, balanced, and multipolar world order, including a multipolar Asia. Reform multilateralism is also the call of the day. In the current environment, there is clearly the imperative of maintaining and enhancing stability in the global economy as well. The fight against terrorism in all its forms and manifestations is another major priority. I look forward to our exchange of views. Overall, it is our expectation that our discussions would contribute to building a stable, cooperative, and forward-looking relationship between India and China, one that serves both our interests and addresses our concerns. You are visiting India, Excellency, shortly before the SCO summit that China is hosting in Tianjin. We have worked closely with the Chinese side during its presidency. We wish you a successful summit with strong outcomes and decisions. Once again, a warm welcome to India, and I look forward to hearing your opening remarks. Thank you.
that was the External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar, clearly outlining the agenda there and saying that the border issue will be discussed and the de-escalation process should be moving forward. And also, he said that he will also talk about what he had in fact discussed when he was in China about the fight against terrorism that needs to be a priority. That's a very important message being sent out by External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar. Abhishek, it's an important message, isn't it, that is being sent out by Dr. S. Jaishankar when he said that what is happening around the world is important to work cooperatively, to cooperate in trade, and also the fight against terrorism should be a priority.
Well, absolutely, and all those aspects are really underscored by Jaishankar. He began by saying that we are coming out, our relationship is coming out of a difficult period, clearly underscoring the overhang of Galwan and the fact that this is the first meeting of Wangi in New Delhi or first visit, in fact, to New Delhi after the Galwan clashes. So I think that was the key opening comment insofar as setting the contours of the dialogue are concerned. External Affairs Minister also spoke about the boundary issue for which the talks are going to take place tomorrow with between Wangi and NSA Doval. He also spoke about trade. He also spoke about mutual concerns, respecting mutual concerns and sensitivities, which unfortunately we have seen. Okay, let's listen to Wangi now.
At all levels, we maintained peace and tranquility in the border areas and resumed the Indian pilgrimage to the Mount Garampochi and Lake Mapayonso in the Xizang Autonomous Region, which developed confidence to dispel interference, expand cooperation, and to further consolidate the momentum of improvement and development of China-India relations so that while pursuing our respective rejuvenation, we can contribute to each other's success and provide the most needed certainty and stability to Asia and the world. That concludes my opening remarks. Thank you.
Wangi also speaking as the talks, bilateral talks kickstart, and yes, as we were discussing with Abhishek earlier, that the External Affairs Minister continues to outline the contours of this engagement. And Abhishek, I'll go across to you again. It's very important to understand that this is being seen as a resetting of ties, but of course there are many challenges to it. So what in your understanding that the things what are the opportunities and what are the challenges in this visit of Wangi?
Well, you see, you are right that this is a reset, but a very cautious reset happening from the Indian side. The challenges, of course, are the first one that just last month we had China very actively militarily supporting Pakistan. So all these homilies about peace and tranquility at the border means nothing if you are effectively giving us a two-front war while we are dealing with the Pakistanis. You are actively aiding them militarily, not just in terms of hardware, but real-time military support in terms of intelligence and tech sharing. So that's really an area which is, I hope, is raised in the strongest possible terms. It would be raised, but I hope it is raised strongly because that really calls the bluff of, not the first time, in fact, but the Chinese duplicity in terms of dealing with India. Remember, they have for the longest period of time blocked or did block the designation of Masood Azhar, for example, as a global terrorist, as also that of organizations indulging in terror activities operating out of Pakistan. So China has to really come to the negotiation table with clean hands, and unfortunately we have seen that's not been the case. So even if you look at the build-up, apart from Operation Sindoor and Pakistan and the military help that China provided to Pakistan, the obstruction in supplies of fertilizers, Chinese can say that it's India which has tapered off a trade relationship. But then again, that was with the overhang of Galwan clashes. And a clear pattern has emerged now. From Galwan, we go back to Doklam in 2017, just a 3-year gap. And then go back 3 years more, then you had Chumar in 2014, right when Prime Minister Modi was, hosting Xi Jinping in Ahmedabad, and he was fresh in the chair as Prime Minister of India. And then you go back a couple of years, and then you go to the Depsang Bulge, and Daulat Beg Oldie before that. So there is clearly a pattern of the Chinese indulging in what is called salami slicing across the undefined boundary. And while these boundary talks continue. Okay, so I believe we are getting some more conversation from Hyderabad House. Let's cut to that.
All right, viewers, we will continue to get you more. Okay, we have more updates coming in. We'll keep a close track. Thank you so much, Abhishek, for the meantime, joining us with those details and giving us more a context of what to expect here on. Viewers, we'll keep a close eye on minute-by-minute developments. Right now, we shift our focus to what's happening here in internal politics. NDA floor leaders meeting underway right now at Union Minister Prahlad Joshi's residence over vice presidential elections. Now, Ram Mohan Naidu and Chirag Paswan, Jita Ram Majhe, Sanjay Jha, Praful Patel, Anupriya Patel, Kiran Rijiju, Shrikant Shinde, M. Thambidarai and Bhupendra Yadav have arrived for this meeting. So, the vice presidential candidate is unanimously picked as C.B. Radhakrishnan. This is a meeting now going on for this official stamp. Aditya joins us live on the broadcast. Aditya, tell us more details. The NDA floor leaders meeting is now underway.
Well, yes, the meeting is being hosted by the Prahlad Joshi. And in the meeting, what's more peculiar to find out that we have leaders from Bihar, Chirag Paswan and Jita Ram Majhe coming to the meeting. So this is more than just a BJP meeting. This NDA meeting will have almost all the parties coming from Tamil Nadu, from AIDMK, coming from Maharashtra, coming from Uttar Pradesh, Anupriya Patel, from Bihar, two leaders, Chirag Paswan and Jita Ram Majhe. So this is more than just an NDA meeting for a VP, but should be read in the backdrop of the elections which are happening in Bihar or Tamil Nadu. For example, today in the meeting we have a senior leader from AIDMK. Now this is quite a peculiar thing which is happening, that a leader from AIDMK is in the meeting which is being underway today, and the second, the two major leaders coming from the ally from the Bihar. So this is good. This is good for the alliance. This is good for the optics for the BJP to show about how they proceed, to show how democratic they function, how their alliance stand after the sudden resignation of the former VP.
Okay, thanks so much for joining us with those details. We shift our focus to the other breaking news we're tracking. Now, this is about the Dharamsala case. Massive twist has come into the mass burial claim. As per sources, masked man admits to now following a group's instructions. After his alleged claims, Karnataka Home Minister G. Parameshwara was speaking on the floor of the Karnataka Assembly, and he said that the alleged kingpin behind the masked man in Dharamsala mass burial case will be booked under law. And now the SIT has halted excavation process till the DNA test results come in. Viewers, that's the breaking news. We have big update coming in. The special investigation team has suspended the excavation. Listen into what Parameshwara had said.
ಸುನಿಲ್ ಅವರು ನೀವೇನೇ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ನಾನೇನು ಉದ್ವೇಗಕ್ಕೆ ಒಳಗಾಗೋಲ್ಲ, ಆಯ್ತಾ? ಆ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಯನ್ನ ದೊಡ್ಡವನ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಬೇಡ. ಆ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿ ಮೇಲೆ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ 16 ಕೇಸ್ಗಳಿದ್ದಾವೆ. ನಾವು ಖಂಡಿತವಾಗಿ ಅವನಿಗಾಗಲೇ ಕ್ರಮ ತಗೋಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಸೂಚನೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಆದಷ್ಟು ತಕ್ಷಣ ಅವನ ಮೇಲೆ ಕ್ರಮವನ್ನ ತಗೊಳ್ಳೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಆದ್ರಿಂದ ಯಾರನ್ನ ಇಂಥ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳನ್ನ ಸಮಾಜದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಿಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯನೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಕಾನೂನು ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿರೋದೇ ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ. ಆ ಕಾನೂನನ್ನ ಚಲಾಯಿಸ್ತೀವಿ, ಅವನಿಗೇನು ಶಿಕ್ಷೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕೋ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಯಾವ ಮುಲಾಜಿಲ್ದೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ.
And my colleague Abhishek joins us live on the broadcast from Abhishek. Now the SIT has suspended the excavation process that was going on. Tell us more details about this.
Based on the allegation and the information given to the magistrate with respect to the Dharmasala, the whistleblower had shown 19 places, out of which only 2 places had skeletal remains of 2 persons, and after which majority of his claims came to be false. The special investigation team has suspended much more excavation even after him telling that he would show many more places. On the other hand, Home Minister G. Parmeshwara has said that the excavation process will be continued only if there is a necessary. On the other hand, he has also mentioned that the legal action will be initiated against the people who are involved in the whistleblower side, because whistleblower has claimed to the special investigation team stating that there is a group which has been ordering and directing him as to what statements and what statement has to be made to the special investigation team and also to the government. On the other hand, we've also seen BJP and JDS MLAs who questioned the Home Minister in the Karnataka State Assembly have received an answer from the Home Minister stating that since the investigation is in progress, there will be no interim report or a status report as of now, and we will have to see what the investigation report concludes and what will be the answer which has been derived out of the investigation. Rakshita.
Right, thanks so much for joining us with those details coming in. Viewers on that story, thanks so much, Abhishek. We have some more breaking news coming in. This is Donald Trump's post just hours ahead of the meeting with Volodymyr Zelensky. He said, and I quote, "A big day at the White House. We have never had so many European leaders here at one time. A great honor for America. Let's see what the results will be," unquote. So that is Trump post just ahead of the meeting. And remember that Zelensky, along with Zelensky, there are many European leaders that will be coming in, and Donald Trump is now taking to social media, as he always does, building up to it, and he said it's a great day. Right now he's saying it's a great day. Let's see what really transpires in this meeting. So it's going to be Trump and of course Zelensky with the European leaders that will be leading these discussions. And US President had, of course, told Ukrainian leader to give up NATO and Crimea ambitions in the run-up to the White House talks. And Zelensky, meanwhile, has brought Europe's top leaders with him to meet Trump on ending Russia's war. So this is the update we have right now. Russia also has warned of Ukraine. Zelensky, meanwhile, says that Russian war machine continues. It's Russia who started the war. And of course, before this meeting, these back and forth, these statements come in from both the sides that continues to trickle in. And now we have Donald Trump also now speaking up, building up to it. He looks excited, but what's in store, we do not know. That will be interesting to see. Just a few hours to go for that mega meeting, and Republic will be keeping a close eye on that. Meanwhile, shifting focus to Maharashtra, Indian Met Department has issued red alert for Mumbai and Thane amid heavy water logging in several areas. Here's more from Ground Zero.
मुंबई में लगातार जोरदार बारिश हो रही है। बारिश होने की वजह से मुंबई कई निचले इलाकों में पानी भरना शुरू हो चुका। मैं इस समय अंधेरी सब्वे पे हूँ और दिखा रहा हूँ तस्वीरें किस तरह से अंधेरी सब्वे को बंद कर दिया गया है। बीएमसी कर्मचारी लगे हुए हैं, पानी निकालने का काम शुरू है, पंप लगाया गया है, लेकिन कहीं न कहीं लगातार जिस तरह से बारिश हो रही है जिसकी वजह से अंधेरी सब्वे को बंद कर दिया है। लोकल अपने रफ्तार में चल रही है। फिलहाल लोकल ट्रेन पर असर नहीं पड़ा है, लेकिन जो है निचले इलाके, मुंबई के जो निचले इलाके हैं वहाँ पे पानी भरना शुरू हो चुका है। मुंबई में मौसम विभाग ने रेड अलर्ट जारी किया है और लगातार जिस तरह से बारिश हो रही है उसकी वजह से कई इलाके, चाहे दादर हो, शाइन हो, कुर्ला हो, चूना भट्टी हो, अन्य इलाके जो निचले इलाके हैं मुंबई के, वहाँ पे पानी भरना शुरू हो चुका है। तस्वीरें देख सकते हैं कि अंधेरी सब्वे को बंद कर दिया गया है। कोई भी यातायात गाड़ियाँ जाने नहीं दिया जा रहा, बैरिकेड लगा दिया गया। तस्वीरें दिखा रहा हूँ किस तरह से बैरिकेड लगा दिया गया है और मुंबई पुलिस की टीम मौजूद है। आगे किसी को जाने नहीं दिया जा रहा क्योंकि लगातार जो है अंधेरी सब्वे में पानी भर रहा है और मुंबई की जो सब्वे हैं, जो निचले इलाके में सब्वे हैं, वहाँ पर लगातार पानी भर रहा है, जिसकी वजह से सब्वे को बंद कर दिया गया है। कई इलाके, चाहे अंधेरी वेस्ट का इलाका हो, वहाँ जो निचले इलाके हैं वहाँ पर भी पानी भरना शुरू हो गया। वकोला में पानी भरना शुरू हो गया क्योंकि लगातार बीती रात से लगातार बारिश हो रहा है और मौसम विभाग का कहना है कि अगले 24 घंटों में मुंबई में और जोरदार बारिश हो सकती है। लगातार बीएमसी कर्मचारी अलग अलग इलाकों में जुटे हुए हैं, पानी निकालने का काम किया जा रहा है। ट्रैफिक की बात करें, ट्रैफिक भी जो वेस्टर्न एक्सप्रेस हाईवे है वहाँ पूरा जाम है। लगातार कहीं कहीं जो अलग अलग जगहों पे ट्रैफिक जाम है। फिलहाल ये तस्वीरें जो देख रहे हैं अंधेरी शब्बे का है। अंधेरी शब्बे बंद कर दिया गया है और मुंबई के अलग अलग इलाकों में इसी तरह जो निचले इलाके हैं वहाँ पर पानी भरना शुरू हो चुका है और बीएमसी और मुंबई पुलिस
to make a call unless and until there is a 28.2% shareholding approval by the company of Aurelius Investment. So this approval was not only from the Sona Comstar but also from approved by the Aurelius Investment. And second, the role of Rani Kapoor. The exchange filing clearly stated that she has no locus standi, and after the whole development which came in, the company actually did send her a legal notice from a law firm asking to cease and desist from making any kind of allegation, because the company in the exchange filing said that these statements were affecting the shareholders of the company.
Well, in fact, we are also picking up more crucial details. In fact, Priya Sajdev Kapoor, alongside her son Azaris, Suri Kapoor, was declared as the significant beneficial owners of the RK Family Trust, which holds about 28% stake in Sona Comstar through Aurus Investment Private Limited, as per the Ministry of Corporate Affairs filing. Now, this swift transition of the beneficial ownership formalized within hours of Sanjay's passing has actually fueled more speculation and deepened the family feud, particularly with Sanjay's mother, Rani Kapoor, who claims she was actually coerced into signing documents and contests her exclusion from the family's legacy. In fact, let me have both my reporters on the screen right now. First to you, Aditya, with regards to what really happened on 12th of June, because this particular filing that you are saying, that has been made before the MCA, which means that Priya Kapoor happens to be the significant beneficial owner here. That's the filing, that is what it reflects. Is there anything unusual about it?
Well, this is something more than unusual. Actually, what happened on June 12th, the first, as per the MCA filing, Priya Sachdeva filed that form, considering that now she and her son is the significant beneficial interest of the company. But this was not disclosed to the company, to the Sona Comstar, until and unless the group managing director and the group CEO said after the company's meeting on August 4, that is, he said that the Sona Comstar was not informed who was the beneficiary owner of the RK Family Trust after Sanjay Kapoor, and after which they filed this MCA form. So this actually happened a month after, but as per the MCA form, which was accessed to the MCA filing, which suggests very clearly that they claim that they were made special beneficial owner on the June 12 itself, but they made actually 2-month delay to file it before the MCA.
I just want a quick answer also coming in from Soubya, who's been tracking the Kapoors. Soubya, you have seen both the responses that have come in from Sona Comstar. And here, if you see what happened on the 12th of June itself, when there was a filing that was made before the Ministry of Corporate Affairs by Priya Sajdev Kapoor, which indicates that this was basically a process that was essentially followed. What is it that the Kapoors have to say on this very aspect? Because they have nothing much right now to back their claims with regards to who exactly is the sole beneficiary of the trust.
Well, see, with regards to what Kapoors have to say as to how everything panned out post Sanjay Kapoor's demise, is that the whole sequence of events that followed post his death, as per sources, to the extent of as per the sources within the family, it's being said right after Sanjay Kapoor's passing away, the 13-day period, which is for grieving, which is very important within the Indian culture. In those 13 days, Priya Sajdev, along with senior board members of Sona Comstar, they were involved in certain closed room meetings with the lawyers, the legal teams of Sona Comstar, in the presence of that meeting. So these are the questions that have been raised by the Kapoors as well, and also the close people with close ties within the Kapoor families, that has raised very serious concerns with regards to how at the moment, if we go through the will, which suggests that everything and the sole owner at the moment should have been Rani Kapoor, how at the today post the demise of her son, she has been left with nothing. And more than that, Mandira Kapoor, when we spoke to her exclusively yesterday, she said that they have been demanding answers and they've been trying various channels to get a response from Priya Sachdev, the legal team of Sona Comstar, and even the board members. However, all the effort has gone into vain. The mails that have been sent, no answers have been received. One such mail was responded by Priya Sachdev as well, wherein she has gone on to say that Rani Kapoor's email has been compromised. So all the doors have been blocked for the Kapoors with regards to them present the documentation, legal documentation to back their claims as well.
Thank you very much. In fact, we're getting at some more breaking news right now. We'll try and go across for more details now coming in. The breaking news coming in right now. Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla has met Prime Minister Modi. In fact, this is the first meeting taking place between the Prime Minister and Shubhanshu Shukla. In fact, earlier today, there was a discussion on ISRO and its achievements in the Parliament, and as well as Shubhanshu Shukla, as he has met the Prime Minister right now. In fact, remember, in the interaction that Shubhanshu Shukla has had with the Prime Minister, the last interaction he has actually had was from the ISS. On your screens right now, these are the first set of images now coming in of Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla meeting Prime Minister Modi. In fact, there is an interaction that goes on with regards to what he says, a homework that was actually given by the Prime Minister to him. In fact, we do not know what exactly was the homework that was given by the Prime Minister to him. But remember, part of the Gaganyaan mission, in which Shubhanshu Shukla is also going to be a Gaganyatri, this particular experience that Shubhanshu Shukla has had at the ISS as part of a joint mission that was basically carried out between ISRO and NASA. He spent about a couple of days at the ISS with the multiple payloads that were essentially taken along with them, and the fact that there were specific scientific tests that were to be carried out. Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla maintaining the fact that much of what he has learnt during his experience as part of the crew members of Axiom 4, this is going to be extremely helpful when the Gaganyaan mission takes place. In fact, India has already carried out certain test flights with regards to Gaganyaan, in which Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla is also going to be present. On your screens right now, the first set of images where both you have Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla and the Prime Minister meeting. Certain briefings also being done by Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla. After all, he's the space hero of our country, whose first meeting with the Prime Minister, essentially what he says, part of certain challenges that were essentially given to him. He would be sharing his findings, what he believes that he has learnt, and is going to be extremely useful for the mission that is to be carried out by India. These are the latest images coming in from the Prime Minister's residence. We'll try and go across to also Chandrakala, who's outside the Prime Minister's residence, who's been tracking the story very closely. Earlier today, remember, in the Lok Sabha 2, there was a discussion that had taken place with regards to the ISRO achievements that have been made. Well, that's all that we could pack in this edition of This Is Exclusive. Coming up, trending with my colleague Kangsha.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
My birthday gift to Papa. ये उनके पापा की पहली गाड़ी एक गराज में पड़ी थी दार्जिलिंग में. फिर 3 मैकेनिक, पेंटिंग, पॉलिशिंग. जब इसे फाइनली घर लाया ना, तब लगा लाइफ में ग्रो किया है.
SIP करो, इन्वेस्ट करो, लाइफ में ग्रो करो. प्रतिभूति बाजार में निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है. निवेश करने से पहले सभी संबंधित दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध. MDH गरम मसाला.
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा. I choose a world where we care and we dare to love.
I choose a world where we dream, and the limit is the sky. And this world is my home where I'm living my best life.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics.
Living my best life.
Sansar, a decor brand. Live consciously.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day. 10 years of Creta. Legend forever.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ, डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिर्फ जलजीरा मसाला।
On 12th of June, when the news broke of Sanjay Kapoor's passing away, the initial few reports suggested that it was due to the bee sting. Now, when the UK coroner's report was made public in the public domain, it suggests more vaguely towards a chronic disease, chronic heart disease. So, how do you find this gap between the initial few claims and now what the report has to suggest?
So to start with, we told a bee sting, which we've always wondered how a bee went into his throat while he was riding, and Mum kept asking when he's wearing a helmet, how has the bee gone in? So that was the first bit of confusion we had. We unfortunately got the report from the media. We weren't given the report directly in our hand. It's come as a shock that he died of a heart attack, because from what I've heard, he did have his heart checked out, and he had 40% of an artery blocked, which is not a big deal. And the thing is, the family that we come from, my father made sure we had a blood test every 6 months, even when we were in school. So as adults, we've carried that on not only with us, but with our families. We are very health conscious. We have constant checkups. I refuse to believe my brother had not had a proper checkup, and I don't believe he had any heart disease. So for me to suddenly hear my brother's died of a heart attack, who's healthy, who exercised every day, the guy never ate ketchup. McDonald's was out of the question. No ketchup, no sodas, no nothing. Worked out every day, did yoga. It's just, it's insane for me to say yes and be like, yeah, I'm okay with it. I'm not, because from a bee sting, it's going.
My birthday gift to पापा, ये उनके पापा की पहली गाड़ी एक गराज में पड़ी थी दार्जिलिंग में, फिर 3 मैकेनिक, पेंटिंग, पॉलिशिंग। जब इसे फाइनली घर लाया ना, तब लगा लाइफ में ग्रो किया है।
SIP करो, इन्वेस्ट करो, लाइफ में ग्रो करो। प्रतिभूति बाजार में निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। निवेश करने से पहले सभी संबंधित दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ, डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
Sarah, this is your space, made your way.
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
12th of June, when the news broke of Sanjay Kapoor's passing away, the initial few reports suggested that it was due to the bee sting. Now, when the UK coroner's report was made public in the public domain, it suggests more vaguely towards a chronic heart disease. So, how do you find this gap between the initial few claims and now what the report has to suggest?
So, to start with, we told a bee sting, which we've always wondered how a bee went into his throat while he was riding, and Mum kept asking when he's wearing a helmet, how has a bee gone in? So that was the first bit of confusion we had. We unfortunately got the report from the media. We weren't given the report directly in our hand. It's come as a shock that he died of a heart attack, because from what I've heard, he did have his heart checked out, and he had 40% of an artery blocked, which is not a big deal. And the thing is, the family that we come from, my father made sure we had a blood test every 6 months, even when we were in school. So as adults, we've carried that on not only with us, but with our families. We are very health conscious. We have constant checkups. I refuse to believe my brother had not had a proper checkup, and I don't believe he had any heart disease. So for me to suddenly hear my brother's died of a heart attack, who's healthy, who exercises every day, the guy never ate ketchup. McDonald's was out of the question. No ketchup, no sodas, no nothing. Worked out every day, did yoga. It's insane for me to say yes and be like, yeah, I'm okay with it. I'm not, because from a bee sting, it's gone to a heart attack, and someone needs to explain this to the family. Someone needs to give us an explanation on how. And how has this come about? How did a bee sting turn into a heart attack? And how, when you have such a healthy guy, it just doesn't make sense to us.
If I may ask, what was the information given to you, or
smart television, trending stories are breaking the internet, and tonight India's space hero Shubhanshu Shukla has met with the Prime Minister at his residence just a while back, and we'll get you the visuals and the details about what was discussed between the Prime Minister and Shubhanshu Shukla. And then next, all eyes are on the much anticipated meeting between Donald Trump and Zelensky, with many wondering if there will be another shouting match just like the last time earlier this year. And next, imagine a high-stakes diplomatic summit between two of the world's biggest and most powerful leaders, but in the backdrop, a special suitcase designed not for the documents or the weapons, but to collect or transport leaders' feces. This happened last week during the meeting between Donald Trump and Putin, and we'll get you more details on that as well. And then, in a shocking revelation in the 30,000 crore succession feud that is underway after Sanjay Kapoor's death. And lastly, China has come out with a pregnancy report, sparking an ethical debate, and we'll get you more details on that as well. This is Trending. I'm Kanksha Khajuria. Let's get started. After an immense moment of pride for India after the successful mission to the International Space Station, Shubhanshu Shukla met with the Prime Minister just a while back. In fact, the meeting was planned by the Parliament as they honored his achievement with a special debate that was carried out today, calling this a historic milestone for the nation. The meeting comes as the Parliament decided to honor his achievement with a special discussion. Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju confirmed the decision, calling Shukla's accomplishments a historic milestone for the nation. Let me go across to my colleague Chandrakala, who's been tracking this story very closely. Chandrakala, India's space hero Shubhanshu Shukla is back to the country. In fact, just a while back, he met with the Prime Minister, and we can see those visuals on our screen as well. Tell us what was discussed in this meeting between the two.
Well, absolutely a euphoric moment for the entire nation after his return to India. Of course, now the pilot, of course, Shubhanshu Shukla has met Prime Minister Narendra Modi. A very, very friendly meeting took place between the two, of course, and we have seen the visuals. It is a very, very warm welcome given to Shubhanshu Shukla after his historic mission, of course, his maiden mission in international space station as an astronaut. Of course, we have seen that he was being welcomed in a very, very a warm welcome by India at this moment, and also he has carved a niche as far as the space, the space arena is concerned. This has also put India on a global map as far as our space arena is concerned, and now the Shubhanshu Shukla's family is also currently in New Delhi, and he'll be moving to Lucknow to meet his parents there. His sister and mother is currently here in Delhi to receive his son, as well as, of course, the sister's brother. A huge, a very, very proud moment for the entire nation that his maiden visit was completed. He, of course, took out, of course, he had led this particular mission and 7 experiments, which is being highly applauded by the entire nation as well as entire world. And this meeting with Prime Minister Narendra Modi is very, very crucial because it shows that how India is carving a niche in the space arena.
Absolutely. In fact, Shubhanshu Shukla discussed his experience from the Exim-4 mission and the upcoming Gaganyaan mission as well. There was, in fact, a talk on that as well. Thanks so much, Chandrakala, for all the details. Now, shifting our focus, after the high-stake meeting at Alaska, Ukrainian President Zelensky is all set to visit President Donald Trump in Washington along with the European leaders to discuss the end of the war between Russia and Ukraine. Zelensky has extended his enthusiasm for holding this meeting in White House, as this meeting might be the signal to end the war and work towards, quote-unquote, the lasting peace. He says, and I quote, "We all share a strong desire to end this war quickly and reliably." Watch this tweet on your screen that has been put out by the Ukrainian president. Meanwhile, Donald Trump has said that Zelensky can end the war with Russia immediately. He also, in fact, went to add that there is going to be no entry into NATO by Ukraine. European leaders, including UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer, will join Zelensky in the White House meeting just a few hours from now. The rare gathering is aimed at resisting any US-backed